everyone, welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. Tonight is a very, very special game that I am very, very excited and proud to bring to you. Not only did the channel hit 350 subscribers this week, which was huge, but this is also going to be the 200th video on this channel. I think about 140 of them are actually live play format games, just like the one that I hope you're going to sit with us and watch tonight. So it's a huge week for the channel. I'm very, very happy and excited. One is because I get to play basically Dungeons & Dragons with these 5 fantastic people whom I will introduce and let's say hello and all that kind of stuff in just a minute. But also because I've played Destiny basically since it came out. We were at the midnight release to get our copies, and I played it pretty hardcore for about, I don't know guys, what, 2 years? Give or take, something like that, before it kind of fell off and whatnot. So I'm very, very excited to be able to actually dive into the world of Destiny because it's very rich, very flavorful, and I've always thought it would make a fantastic place to romp around in an RPG. So here we are. We are playing a system called Dungeons in Destiny. Apparently, I'm not the only person who had this thought. There are some people who put together a PDF that you can download for free so that you can play games just like this. It's basically Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, but it does have some pretty major differences, which I know are going to catch me up tonight as we're playing. So that's why I have an expert along. Not only that, because he's also just a great gamer. So, yeah, I hope you have your thinking cap on, Connor, because you're probably going to need it tonight. I have the PDF open, but God knows that that's going to be a travesty. Okay. So, yes, this is an adult channel. This is an adult game. These are all adults. I have been told by their parents that they are adults. If bad language, mature subject matter, things that are dark and spooky and things are something that bothers you, don't watch this game. Go watch something else instead. If you're okay with all of that stuff, welcome. Stick around. I'm sure to push your boundaries. So I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you to wash your hands, and all of that kind of stuff. Plug whatever they'd like. Oh, before I do that, liberties are going to be taken with canon. If that kind of thing bothers you, even worse than bad language, go, leave right now. Sorry, not sorry. So, with that out of the way, now I will pass it over to my 5 players. So, since I picked on him a little bit, Connor, why don't you go first?
Hello. Tonight I'm going to be playing the Defender Titan Corinthian 15. He is definitely not based on a very particular Titan that runs the trials now. And I'm just hoping that I can be of any help tonight, both in-game and out of game.
I know you will be. For one, you're the only damn Titan that they have. So it's all going to fall on your shoulders, sir. No, I'm glad to have you back on the channel, man. And yes, like I said, I hope your skull is open because I'm going to be picking your brain throughout here. All right, next up we have Mike.
My name is Mike, or Michael, whatever you want to call me, it's fine. I am playing Viper 9. My Venom is my sniper rifle. And then I also have Lady Luck by my side, which is my hand cannon. It is named Vegela's Gaze. I don't have anything to plug, but I am really excited to be playing again. We haven't played D&D together in what feels like forever, and I am missing my in-person weekly game significantly. So thank you for getting this together for us.
Absolutely my pleasure, man. Yeah, I missed the hell out of you guys. I have been very, very fortunate that I do still have this outlet to be able to scratch that itch, at least somewhat, but that makes me miss all of you guys all the worse. Yeah, for those of you who do not know, 3 of the players in this game are from my home core group. So That may be why you may not recognize some of their faces. But Mike, you have seen in at least 2 of the campaigns here on the channel. So, yeah, cool. I'm happy to have my people mixing the pools here. All right, next up we have Stevie. You're muted. It happens to everybody, I promise. Alt-A if you're in the window, or if you go...
Aha!
There you go.
I am Stevie. I am playing Yugen 88. Now, an Exo typically only lasts about 20 cycles, but this guy might be a little insane. You might have dipped into the void a little too much. He's a little wild, so I'm super excited to have some fun. No plugs, just butts.
I don't know if I heard that right or not, but hey, why not? So, yeah, man, I'm excited to get you into some online gaming. I think this is the first time for you.
This is my very first time. Yeah, I'm super excited. I haven't had caffeine and I'm antsy. Yeah.
I'll be gentle, except I won't.
Don't be.
No, man, I'm happy to see you again back at the table. It's always a joy to run a game for you. So I know this is going to be fun. All right, next up we have Andy.
Apparently the space didn't work. I'm Andy. I'm part of the core group, the home group, and I'll be playing Flux 42 tonight, Exo Warlock, and looking to have some fun with you guys. No plugs.
Hashtag no plugs. It's trending on Twitter right now. All right. So, yeah. Again, Andy, this is the 3rd game that you've come on for, I think? Yeah.
Yeah, I did the Ghostbusters and the Star Wars game.
That's right. That's right. Cool. So I'm very happy to have you back on the channel as well. Andy and I have been friends for a very, very long time. So has Mike and Stevie. We all started learning to play together in the Boy Scouts whenever we were teenagers. So, speaking of Boy Scouts and teenagers and plugs? No, this is awful. Scratch that. Erase it. My good friend, Jeff.
I assure you, I have nothing to do with Boy Scouts or teenagers, for a matter of fact. I'm Jeff. I do actually have a plug, the only one apparently. I also do YouTube stuff as well. I'm part of a channel called Tabletop Terrors, along with Tim and James Carney. We do lots of just explainer videos talking about different ways to do things for D&D and stuff like that. So if you want to up your game or just hear a couple idiots talk for a little bit, we can do definitely the latter, sometimes the former. But yeah, I'm also probably, from what it sounds like, the least up to speed on the Destiny thing, so I'll try to hang in there. I've played it, definitely know a little bit, but far from an expert. But yeah, looking forward to trying it out.
Yeah, man, and no big deal. Like, honestly, if you have a question, just ask. Yeah, I'm happy to have you back on the channel always, Jeff. It's always a pleasure to have you at the table, man. And yeah, you guys have been churning out content over on Tabletop Terrors. You guys do it at least weekly? Twice weekly.
Yeah, 2 videos a week, Sunday and Thursday. Yep.
Yeah, which is crazy kind of production, man. That's awesome. Cool. All right. So, unless anybody has any questions right off the bat, I think we're ready to start. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, hi, chat, by the way. Thank you for tuning in. Happy to have you. All right, here we go. What is this violent ritual? These tales of suffering, where all ends in a feast of maggots and rot. laid on a wormwood table for gods to feast on misery. But is not the light also served by savage sacrifice? Accepted wounds? Blood spilled on the dust of distant worlds? Life and death, and life and death, and life and death are locked in a battle that never ends. The cycle is the same. The pain is the same. We eliminate those who oppose the light. They annihilate those who do not worship the dark. In the end, only sorrow remains. The Dreadnought. A hive warship of unimaginable proportions. The throne world of the Taken King made manifest. Its arrival in the ensuing battle between the Awoken fleet and Oryx's armada has left a massive hole in the rings of Saturn. We hear the report of gunfire and the howling of slain hive as we pull through the dark walls of the massive black ship. Finally finding the interior of this cavernous vessel. Each of you, please, in turn, introduce and describe to us your character, as well as an obstacle that we see Fireteam Nova Despair is overcoming as they make their way to confront Oryx, the Taken King.
In the hallway lined with 6 statues in the shape of giant thrall, you see Corinthian putting up a barrier of void light with his fanned helmet sitting upon his head, keeping the hordes from seeing what it is they are charging into. As he grabs one and flings it into all of the others, making a path for the remainder of the fire team to get through.
Viper 9 finds himself atop one of those statues as he was taking a high roost position. As he's taken several counter sniper fire, he begins sliding down the arm of the statue to enter the opening that Corinthian 15 has just made with his hand cannon at his hip.
Anybody else?
Yugen 88 looks around slyly. I like your style, Corinthian. Let's do this. Yugen will charge forward from the bubble. He's going to launch a vortex grenade at the thralls.
Flux will poke out every now and then from the bubble to get shots off to support Yugen. Make sure the thralls don't jump on his back as he just charges through.
Brom will sit himself next to their Titan companion, Corinthian. Anytime that danger comes near, he'll be sure to reach out with a fiery hand to send out this blaze of flaming light that'll burst from his hand to send away enemies and keep his allies bolstered.
The six of you push inward, deeper through room after room of this ship. This architecture that is Hive, but not Hive. Older than Hive somehow. Organic and ancient. Things, materials you've never seen before, but they had the same growths, the sickness of Hive presence that you can see. Almost these black barnacles that kind of cling to the surface of everything and make these little mounds in the corners. This sickly green glow kind of highlights everything in here. Everything looks like it's black at first, but through the layers of this mist and fog or whatever the hell this is, everything has a green hue to it. And you've made your way through obstacles after obstacles. You've had to leap from platform to platform. You know, a lot of the Hive can teleport or fly. So there's things that are difficult for Guardians to simply walk through. You have to test your mettle here and there, but you've managed to make it thus far. And you've killed countless thralls, cursed thralls, acolytes, wizards, knights, an ogre or two. And I would like two different volunteers, a primary and a secondary. So who's my primary volunteer? Connor. All right, awesome. Who's my secondary? Stevie. I saw your hand first. All right. So here's what I would like. The sixth member of your team here is named Abaca Frey. She is an awoken hunter. Stevie, as the secondary volunteer, would you please describe a near-death situation that Connor's character, Corinthian, has found himself in?
Several acolytes from the rear, unsuspecting. Viper 9 was busy popping off shots. Flux supporting. Brahm was distracted at an overwhelming force coming forward, but these acolytes begin raking at his back.
Perfect. Corinthian, you're caught unawares as a part of what you thought was the wall collapses under the weight of these mindless thrall. It basically was just like a shell of whatever muck it is that these Hive leave in their wake, and it cracks like a shell, like an egg, and these things just come pouring out on top of you. If you would, please, Connor, please describe to me how it is that Abaca Frey is the one that comes to your rescue.
As Corinthian turns and pulls the trigger with the Quill of the Apostle, his auto rifle, and it clicks out of ammo in the magazine, he braces himself for the pain of the arc-charged claws of the thrall digging into him by bringing his arms up over his head. And he hears the familiar crackling of arc energy across a blade as Abaca swings across the field with an arc blade, dismantling the horde of thrall before they can get even a single scratch on Corinthian's buffeted armor.
And as she is starting to slice kind of into this throng, you can actually see the arc of her blade actually kind of sparks off towards her other hand, and as she does so, a second blade appears in her second hand, made purely of arc energy, and she begins to just whirling dervish her way through the rest of these things, decapitating probably half of them. And she finishes in kind of a whirling flourish. Her cloak, her hunter's, cloak kind of billowing out behind her as she kind of comes to a stop, and she looks up at you, this pale bluish skin and her piercing yellow eyes, and she says, "You should be more careful."
I don't need to with someone as skilled as you watching my back.
It's a good thing I was watching your back. Your shots are sloppy. Tighten up.
Yeah, tighten up, Titan.
He was only in trouble because you were not watching his back. Jürgen, come on.
Okay, that's fine. That's fair. That's fair. Corinthian, I got your back too.
Corinthian gives him a thumbs up as the magazine drops from his auto rifle and he clicks in another.
Imagine, like, as you're walking into this next area, we just see that magazine kind of settle, ass end down, kind of like wobbling to a stop with this kind of smoke pouring out of the top of the magazine, and instantly this smoke is starting to kind of take on that greenish hue that the rest of the smog and stuff that clings to the floor inside this ship. You reach the door that leads to Threshold. The place where Oryx reigns. His inner sanctuary. The massive doors clang from deep within the walls and the floor and begin to open. More of this fog pouring out as the runic inscriptions on the outside of this door glow to a fiery orange. Your vision begins to flood with light as you enter. But not all would return from that fateful mission. Abaca Frey died, fighting alongside you. Her body disintegrated as she became torn between dimensions. The only thing left behind was her ghost, now merely a calcified fragment. The light of the traveler was gone from it forever. Five jump ships zoom into view outside of Saturn's orbit. As you enter the orbit of this massive gas giant, you replay the memories from the last time you were here. As you approach the dreadnought, Eris Morn's voice comes across your comms again, sounding distraught and desperate as always. Guardians, I can feel his will upon me again. Something is amiss in the place where you defeated Oryx. Bring an end to whatever transpires there. Push back the darkness. Someone, if you would, please, tell me, how long has it been since you lost Abaca Frey in taking down Oryx, the Taken King? How long has it been since you've been to the Dreadnought?
It's been about 3 months since Abaca fell with the Taken King. and it's been about that long as well since our last visit to the Dreadnought. We got a premonition about it the last time we were there when Anna fell, and we figured it would be best to let the dead stay buried.
Your fire team, now 5, comes in at an adjusted formation. And we see these ships pull away and near, once again, this monolithic ship. This circle, this blast radius left behind by this war. Still very clearly visible. You land, and you're transported down to the surface below as your ships then take off to head back into a distant rotation and await your recall. The 5 of you form up and head back into the Dreadnought. As you near the Throne World of Oryx once again, this place known as Threshold, your ghosts warn you that this is a darkness zone. Things here are more dire, and you'll have to be on your toes. So who is the first through this massive set of doors?
Yogan, after you.
I hope you brought the right cloak this time. Not that invisibility cloak. All right, guys. Let the bravest go through first. I'll go through first.
You press in, once again finding yourself in this enormous, kind of expansive room that has a beautiful view of Saturn at the far end. These enormous towers, kind of circular daises that raise 80, 90 feet off of the floor on either side, rise up both one to your left, the other to the right, and you have this flashback. The Death Singers. You remember the screams that they had, these howling, piercing laughter as a cackle that you will never forget. And just beyond there, just outside of this ship, that's where he was. What's going through your mind as you re-enter this place 3 months later?
The screams. What did they mean? The chant, the howl, the hiss. What did it mean? I hope to hear it one more time. The howls. Yes.
The rest of you, as you enter this space once again, in line behind Yugen, is there any particular feelings, any particular thoughts?
So where did they get all those thralls? I mean, it doesn't make sense. We kill them by the thousands, and they keep coming back.
Corinthian's hand goes down to his mark where he has the calcified fragment that was Anna's ghost. And he rubs a thumb across it, and he's just looking up at the pedestals, making sure that nothing is coming out of them like caught them off guard last time.
Viper's thoughts would definitely be to his fellow hunter companion. Thoughts of revenge, thoughts of anger are rising and boiling through the oil that goes through his exoskeleton. And making sure that he's taking the extra precautions to be the rear guard that she used to be, and making sure that is now his secondary prime directive.
Yeah, Brahm's focus would shift as they go through the doors, letting go of all thoughts of last time and questions, and focusing, just ensuring that his eyes are open and his ears are open, that he's paying attention, that anything that might come from around a corner, from above, from underneath, who knows where, they'll be attacked from everywhere, that he'll be ready to call it out and respond.
Once again in a modified formation, having been 6 for so long, now just the 5 of you, you push forward into this space. Hive areas they're strange. Sometimes they're dark, but not always. Sometimes they're very, very well illuminated. But that doesn't do anything for the kind of unease and feeling of being watched that you always experience as you're making your way through any place that the hive has infested. So you're making your way deeper into this room, trying to figure out why you've been drawn here in particular, why the coordinates led you here. And that's when you see it. Massive, giant, black horns that extend from the sides of a 3-eyed skull. The head of Oryx, lying in the middle of the floor of this room. It is surrounded by runic drawings, black candles, and undoubted signs of a hive ritual. So far, it's the only thing you've seen, but it's troubling, to say the least.
Flux would cautiously head up to the circle, not crossing it, but starting to study the runes, see if he can determine how far the ritual has gotten.
Roll me an Arcana check.
I'm also proficient in Arcana. Could I help him out with that?
Absolutely.
Step up alongside, begin providing what insight that I might have that he wouldn't, and vice versa.
Certainly. So, Flux, you can have advantage on that roll.
As they're studying it, Corinthian is still keeping his eyes up and towards where the pedestals are and to the windows that are across this arena, and he's going to say, just be careful to not get too wrapped up. We don't want a second Toland.
21 total.
21. So, Flux, you and Brahm are very quickly able to discern that this ritual has not only been enacted, it has been completed. This ritual is done. Whatever was done here is been finished for days, weeks, maybe even.
Are the green eyes still in the skull, or is it just like it empty?
No, there are empty eye sockets. It is just the bone and horn.
As Viper is keeping a vigil eye out, he's gonna call out to Brahm and Brahm, I haven't had any liquids today. Spit on it for me with your human mouth.
Yeah, I imagine Brahm will just kind of like turn back with a confused and mildly concerned look on his face.
You do realize he has a helmet on, right?
I forget humans can't breathe out in space.
You stand around kind of trying to figure out what's the reason behind all this. What's the cause here? And that is when a voice calls out. You have finally come. I see. One of the eye sockets on the skull alights with a pale blue light. You see exiting the eye socket a figure taken. It takes you a moment, but you realize by the armor, this is Abaca. What took you so long? Why have you just only now come? Answer me!
What has become of you? How did this happen? I need to know. Tell me. What happened?
I don't know. You can't be here. You are a threat. You're a danger. Must be stopped. You must be stopped. Everyone, please roll for initiative.
So as it turns to combat, a flare of light will burst off of Brahm as he'll call people into ready positions. I have a feature as a Sunsinger that anybody who's not surprised can roll with advantage on their initiative rolls. So roll an extra die.
Nice, very cool. Okay, what do we got here? Corinthian Flux. Hey, you guys all did really well, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there'll be one more that I'm missing. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, so, Viper. You understood, apparently all of you understood, the tone in her voice was not right. Something more than just her form was wrong here. It's like her mind was not whole. And you were able to react before this turns into full-fledged combat. What would you like to do?
Wait, you know us. I am your brother and hunter. Please, look deep within you. We can still save you.
There is no saving me. You're all already dead yourselves.
Then tell us how to undo you. Please.
There's this kind of violent shaking in her form, and you hear this kind of "Ah!" and the scream that she emits kind of slowly turns into a It doesn't seem like she's still there, though her form is, and is getting ready to fight.
Then, being this close, I'll take out my knife and try to bury it in her chest as fast as I can.
Okay. So you are... What are you attacking her with? Sorry.
My throwing knife, but
Okay.
it's not throwing it.
Okay. So go ahead and make that roll.
21.
That will absolutely hit.
I would like to use my one of my melee ability charges to do Incendiary Blade, which will cause her to burn for the next minute. She gets to save against my light DC for it.
Okay. What kind of a save?
That's a great question.
She probably passed. You know what your DC is?
DC 15.
Okay, so yeah, regardless of what stat it is, she rolls
charisma.
On the die, so okay, cool. She does pass though.
I'm sorry, it was Constitution save against my charisma modifier, but that's the same.
Gotcha.
Um,
So she passes, so she only take half, or
feels free to turn. Just doesn't get the burning effect.
okay. And how many points total was it? 3?
It is 6.
6 points. Excellent. Okay. So what does it look like as you strike out and attack her with this ability, but she manages to kind of deflect the solar portion of it?
So Viper 9 detaches. He pulls out of an empty scabbard a solar knife, jabs it into her, and then it just vanishes as he moves his hand away. As she shrugs off the effect, and I kind of see like her eyes get big, where the part of her that knows me wasn't expecting it, and is a little disappointed that I would take such an action. As that then fades away as she's no longer inside herself.
Yeah, just for a moment, you see her face, the face you knew, kind of appear almost as if shrouded in smoke, kind of in the body or the cloak of this taken form. For just a moment, her piercing kind of yellow eyes kind of penetrating through the darkness of her taken form for just a moment before shifting back.
And then with my bonus action, I would like to disengage, like 15 feet.
Before you do so, seeing that premonition of her face, I need you to roll an intelligence saving throw, please.
If he is within 10 feet, he gets a +4 to that.
Excellent.
19, because of that +4, because I have a
19. Excellent. Okay, so you are going to succeed, and you will only take half of 15. So you will take 7 points of psychic damage as you see this visage of her, and it's haunting.
Does that go to shields or to hit points?
It'll go to shields first.
That type of damage. Okay.
Yeah, I believe. I guess it doesn't really make sense that it goes to your shields first, but I didn't see anything in the system that differentiated, so. Okay. That was your turn, Viper, in full? Excellent. Okay. So as Viper disengages, maybe shaking his head a little from this strange visage for just a moment, Corinthian, it is your turn to act.
He'll step forward and he's going to try to grab onto her wrists and scream some sense into her, like, "This is not you. With the Taken King gone, no one else can take. You can free yourself from this." And that's basically me saying I want to do a grapple check on her.
Please roll.
Oh, that's going to be a lot. So that is going to be a 25.
That will certainly make contact. Let's see if she's able to do anything about that. I doubt it. No. Okay. So, you manage to, even though she's not entirely corporal, you manage to wrestle a hold of her, and you have her in your hand. She's writhing a lot closer to like a taken thrall would.
Show me you still have some light left in you. And then I'm going to headbutt her.
Excellent. So just an unarmed strike.
Yep.
Sweet.
That is going to be over 20.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
And you all see the purple streak of light down the middle of the helmet just grow more intensely as I deal 5 void damage to her.
The smoke form of her hunter mask kind of rears back, and for just a moment you can see once again the actual face of Abaca peer back at you through this face as the void, or the taken version of her head, is snapped back. You will also need to make an intelligence saving throw, please.
That's gonna be a 6.
6. Okay, that, however, will not be enough to pass. You are really shaken by the appearance of her real face. You're going to take 15 points of psychic damage. Okay, if that is your turn, Corinthian, then Flux, it is now your turn.
Flux, having always been the logical one of the group, is sitting there thinking her ghost is fragmented in this calcified composite. There's no way this is her. So he'll raise the voided knowledge, his scout rifle, and take 2 shots. Do I get disadvantage because Corinthian's holding on, or is it just regular?
No.
Okay.
Being grappled doesn't impose anything like that, so free and clear.
That would be a 19 on the first shot.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay, give me a second. This is my void weapon, so 2d8, 3, 6, 9, plus intelligence, be 14, 15 points total on that shot.
Okay, and go ahead and roll up your second.
That would be a 17 to hit.
That still hits. So yeah, you're good.
All right. 8 again. So that's 16, 21, 22.
22 points. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Wow. Okay. She is still rocking. So you pop her twice, kind of right over the shoulder of Corinthian as he's kind of wrestling to kind of try to keep her still as best he can. He takes this kind of momentary lapse where he almost like pushes Abaca out away, like at arm's length, as if to like double check what he just saw. And in that moment, Flux, you have raised your gun and have fired these 2 shots, both of them striking true. Okay. If Flux is done, it is now Yugen's turn.
Yugen taking it all in. She's gone. She's gone. She's gone! Yugen dashes forward at her, pulling out Light Show. His beautiful, beautiful light machine gun. Light Show. Such memories. And he rushes around to flank behind and just unloads shot after shot at her.
Okay. I know light machine guns work a little different because they have auto fire. Is that right?
Yes, full auto means you can roll the damage die twice and take whichever one you choose.
Oh, cool. That's easy enough. So keep that in mind as you're rolling, Stevie, whenever you roll your attack, that is.
Got a critical?
I mean, it's close. Yeah. But yes, you hit.
Okay.
All right. This ought to be juicy.
So how do criticals work here?
The way I handle criticals in 5e is probably, I'll just do it the same here. Ooh, that could be deadly. Well, that's fine. We'll just roll with it. So you take your max, so your maximum die result as well as your modifiers, and then you roll your dice and add your modifiers a second time.
Okay. So I got max as well.
Well then.
So it's a D8 plus 4, so that's 12 starting out.
Okay.
Is
so
that
it's 12 plus 12, so 24?
Yeah. And then I rolled an 8 again.
Wait, hold on. Oh, I see what you're saying. No.
Was I not supposed to roll a D8 again?
No. So you take your maximum. You said your maximum is the D8 plus 4?
Correct.
Okay, so your max output is 12. So you start with 12, and then you roll a D8 plus 4, which you rolled an 8.
Yes.
Plus 4 is 12, so that's it. 24.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay.
I do have multiple or multi-attack as
Okay,
well.
go for it.
A non-20.
Yes, that will also hit.
8 more beautiful
8.
points.
Okay.
Yugen is he's getting into it. The lights in his eyes and his mouth are starting to get much brighter, almost to the point where it looks like, is this Exo enjoying himself?
So as Corinthian has kind of held Abaca away, Flux has taken these 2 precise shots. Yugen has just opened up on the back of Abaca with this machine gun, and just gleaming streams of lead and fire are just raining down on her from behind, half of which is passing through her somewhat corporal form, but luckily slowed enough that they're simply just tinging off of Corinthian's armor without having the firepower to penetrate the metal that he's covered in. But she is still here. She's still present. Brahm, it is your turn.
seeing the rest of his companions leap into action, Brahm will take a look down to see that his fusion rifle is now prepared to fire, and he'll take a couple steps off to one side to ensure that he does not blast his companions as he shoots, but will then bring it up, ready to fire, and take a shot for a 23 to hit.
Will also hit, absolutely.
Alrighty. And I also have a feature once per turn, Righteous Surge. I can add an extra d8 of damage, so I will do that. And that is going to be 18 damage.
And again, this singular shot passes through the shadowy, smoky shroud of her head, which halfway kind of jerks to the side from the power, though it passes through it. She's still alive. Well, whatever you may call it. She's still active. And she pulls from her belt a familiar sword, though it looks different now because now it's made of shadow and smoke. And as she pulls it, she opens her opposite hand and kind of draws it away slowly from the blade. And as she does so, the arc damage that appears between this spectral blade and her hand forms into a secondary blade. And she looks to you, Corinthian, and she begins to attack. Okay. Oh. Okay. Before she does so, there's an ability that she has used many times that you have seen. She draws these blades. Her mask levels itself with your own, Corinthian. You can see the light of the sliver in your mask reflected off of whatever part of her particulates are still tangible. And then that's all she is. Particulates. And you're holding nothing. The rest of you see her form reappear, now behind Corinthian. And she is going to attack. Okay. 16. All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. The first one misses, passing by your body as she kind of does a downward stroke. But the second catches you off guard and is going to deal 10 points of slashing damage and arc. It's kind of this one and the same. This arc-fueled blade, this arc-formed blade, familiar, flashes across your back, Corinthian, and you can feel its burn, definitely having penetrated your armor. Okay, let's see what else. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on, hang tight. She gets some extra juice for being expert attack. Okay. You're going to take 7 additional points. I forgot that she's kind of roguelike. Alright. So, she has cut you with this arc blade, Corinthian, and is now standing behind you. She is also going to disengage and is going to move backwards 40 feet. Oh, no. 30 feet. Looking at the wrong one. Okay, that is her. Viper, it is your turn again. You're muted, Mike. It was beautiful. Whatever Italian you were speaking, it was fantastic.
I was not in the proper page. Sorry.
Yep.
So Viper is going to run and then do a double jump to get onto like a large stone pillar, and then pull out his Vegela's Gaze, his hand cannon, as he's then going to try to stop her in her tracks with his stopping power modification for being a gunslinger. Um, but he's going to kiss his gun first, as he then hopes that the luck in the chamber will be with him today. As he
All right.
makes an attack at a 13.
So, you fire this gun, and just as you do so, she has just disappeared from in front of Corinthian and reappears behind him, and she strikes down with both of these, and Corinthian is now directly in your way. So you're trying to wait for the right moment to shoot past him as she's kind of slashing back and forth and kind of dancing in that kind of graceful way of a hunter. And you just cannot find a good shot around Corinthian without hitting him. And finally, you just you settle, more or less, for a shot basically right underneath his arm. And it just ping off of the plate of his pauldron instead of passing where you wished.
Having not found a good vantage point, I'm going to slide across the top of that pillar, using my bonus action to enter my gunslinger trance. And then as I hit the ground, I'm going to take another shot with my extra attack from my new vantage.
Excellent.
For worse. So.
Oh, no. Well, Mike, I'm glad to see that you didn't forget how to play Dungeons & Dragons.
My dice had forgotten at the beginning, but they're back with me now.
The curse is back. I'm sorry, brother. No, that's going to miss. Okay. Viper, just not able to get the right angle on her. You know, I mean, you're a hunter. They're hard to hit. That's just the way it is. And now that she's, part smoke, it's proving to be a massive pain in the butt. All right, that was Viper. Corinthian, it's your turn.
Corinthian is going to hold his hand out to his side, and he's going to say, "Peter, Dreadfang," and his ghost is going to transmat his sword into his hand, and it's going to take his arm down a little bit before he grabs onto it with both hands, and he's going to advance forward to try and hit her with his own blade.
Excellent. So while you are rolling that, Andy, I saw there was a message, con save. Is that for me?
Just joking.
Oh, gotcha.
Mike and his con saves.
Oh, yes. Damn, son.
First one is going to be a modified 20.
Yep, that'll hit.
And the second one is going to be a 17.
That will also hit.
Ooh, beans. And for my combat specialty, I picked Heavy Weapons Expert, so when I roll a 1 or 2 on a damage die for these, I can re-roll it.
Excellent, okay. That's probably going to be big.
Oh, wow, it is big.
Resisting that's what
30
she said, choke.
Slashing damage.
30 slashing damage. All right. If you would, please. As your sword is coming downward to strike Abaca down, we flash back again. Corinthian, you and Abaca are sitting in essentially the bar at the tower. Some new guardian is spamming the same song on repeat over and over again. This rather annoying kind of dance tune. And in the corner, you and Abaca are sitting over a drink. She says to you, I'm just tired of it all. The dying and the coming back, and the dying and the being brought back. It's grown tedious, Corinthian.
Well, if it may grow tedious, that is a small price to pay for the safety of all that live in the city below, and all that may live on the planets beyond.
I realize that, of course I do. I just... I look at Eugen and what it's done to him. And you Exos, your minds are built stronger than ours. They're more fit to this task, I'm afraid. Do you not fear what's happened to him?
I would be lying if I said it did not concern me. But if it is an eventuality, it is an eventuality. But I have not reached there yet, so I am going to keep fighting until I no longer can.
Of course, yes. I suppose we all will. And she looks downwards and finishes her drink. We come back to the present. Corinthian, please describe what it looks like as your sword strike finishes this taken form of Abaca Frey.
So the first swing is just a huge overhand blow that Abaca brings up her arc blade to block or deflect or just somehow get it out of the way. But the sword breaks through that and slashes down across her torso. And you see just a bit of shadowy mist pour out of her before Corinthian swings across with a horizontal slash, cutting the shade of Abaca in two.
And as her taken form separates, it coalesces, dropping to the ground to reveal the true form of Abaca Frey. Now, likewise, severed into two pieces. Her head, looking at you, Corinthian, those same yellow eyes piercing through to your core, as you can watch the brightness in them fade into nothingness.
May your final rest be anything but tedious. And he releases the sword, and his ghost transmats it back into its memory bank.
So after this has transpired, after Abaca Frey is no longer amongst your fire team for a second time, what is going on? What is this? What is the conversation and the temperature of this room? What are you doing after this?
This is odd. The Taken usually don't leave forms. They turn into that particulate just to come back.
That's true, but that was one hell of a sword swing. Corinthian, When did your mark start to glow blue where the ash was? I think her energy is on your mark now.
If it is, I am honored. Just as I will be honored to finally put her to rest. Peter, if you would. And the ghost will transmat the pieces of Abaca into its memory banks to hopefully bring back to the tower for a proper ceremony later.
And in the background of this happening, Viper 9 has completely taken his gun apart because obviously its marks were off. And he's just readjusting and recalibrating his hand cannon, not really taking into the ceremonial aspect that was just occurring. Even though she was dear to him, his gun is more so.
Eugen will definitely approach where she lay with a reverence. Looking around, she's been places that we'll never get to see unless we're lucky. She went to the Taken, and for a brief moment, she was back. How wonderful. How wonderful that she is no longer here as well, put to rest by her own squad. Today we've done a good service. But there's a mystery. So many questions.
You only lose one today, Eugen.
For now.
Anybody else? No? So, once this has been done, what actions are you taking next? What are you doing in these moments? Are you just leaving? Are you radioing anything in to anyone? Are you playing cards?
Flux. The light came from the eye. I heard of one other thing that may have to do with this, but keep checking it to see if other things come out of the skull.
I'll actually step over the circle and check out the skull and see if I can determine and glean anything from it.
Okay. Roll me an investigation roll, if you would.
Flux, let me help you.
You can have advantage. You may need that.
And Carithian is just like standing a little bit outside of the circle, just watching to make sure nothing comes out and bites them in the ass.
Oh, glad for the advantage because that gave me a 26.
Okay. Yeah, so you kind of step over and you're about to start looking in one of the eye sockets, and Eugen's like, let me help you, and kind of walks over, and you kind of pull away and head towards another eye socket to kind of meet up with him. And as you do so, both of you kind of like peer inside of this eye socket, and in the back of this eye socket, kind of where the optic nerves or whatever would have passed through the back of the socket into the skull proper, you see a faint glow, but not blue. You see a faint green glow. As you kind of like, peer downward a little to get a better look, you realize that it's this spherical, runic-covered glowing green orb. A tomb husk.
So don't be shy. Grab
I was
it.
gonna say, I'll definitely reach in and grab it.
Okay. So at the prodding of Yugen, Flux kind of gets down on the floor of this eye socket, this kind of curved, almost cave that you're able to kind of crawl inside. You're able to reach kind of underneath this broken spot and grab a hold of this tomb husk. It's probably, I don't know, about the size of a grapefruit, give or take, maybe a cantaloupe. Pull this thing out. Instantly, all of you feel this oppressive presence of the darkness kind of wash over all of you. You in particular, Flux.
I put it back. Put it back.
No, I'll keep investigating it.
Flux, as you're kind of looking at this, your ghost kind of flies out of its little pocket backpack or whatever the place is that it kind of exists whenever it's not directly needed. And your ghost kind of hovers there for just a moment and then says,
Tomb husks are typically used to open doors. Let me see that. These readings show elevated levels of methane in ammonia. This combination of these heightened amounts has only been recorded once before, from the core samples taken when we began to terraform Titan.
That sounds vaguely familiar. You said Titan?
Yes,
Interesting.
the moon of Saturn.
Interesting.
Thank you, Shell.
In its current phase, it should not be orbiting very far from her.
Thank you, Shell. So I say we have our clue.
I could always go for another mystery.
Hopefully they aren't reforming his body there.
Maybe we can find how she got back from the Tekken side.
Oh? Say no more.
I will inform the Vanguard that we will be a while longer.
and as you depart the Dreadnought once again, is there anything that you would like to do before you leave? Any parting gifts?
In Yugen's own mad way, before they leave the chamber, he will unleash a Nova Bomb, just raw energy in her honor, in his own weird way.
You head back out to be transported back into your jump ships. And as you make your way back into formation and fly away, leaving the Dreadnought behind to intervene with Titan's current rotation around Saturn, that's where we're going to take our break. So, 5 to 10 minutes, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouses, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. We will be right back. If you are watching this evening, thank you so much for tuning in. This is a very special game on a very special night for me, so I appreciate everybody who has been able to tune in this evening, or whether you are watching in the future. So, sit tight, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are back from break. Hope everything is going well with you and you are having a kick-ass start to the weekend. I know that I certainly could use it. For those of you who will be celebrating in the U.S. this weekend, it is Memorial Day on Monday. So happy 3-day weekend, everyone. And thank you for kicking it off right here with us.
And please be gentle to your pizza delivery guys.
Be gentle with everybody. It's a time for gentleness. All time should be a time for gentleness, but especially now. Take it easy on people. For real. Wash your hands. Stay home if you can. Stay sane. Do stuff like this. This is great. We get to spend time with each other without actually being around each other and hitting on each other. Not that that's normal. Maybe it is in your group. I don't know. Who am I to judge? All right. So, you had just left the Throne World of Oryx. The Dreadnought. This massive vessel floating now almost aimlessly in the orbit of Saturn in this self-made void around it. You've just had to be confronted with, for some of you at least, what was likely a very troubling experience. You had to not only witness a person that you have been missing for 3 months, now made into some form of darkness. But you had to be the ones to put her down. So as the 5 jump ships are exiting the area around the Dreadnought, and you are rocketing through the remains of all of these blasted, awoken ships, you may even see some of their forms still floating out here in the rings around Saturn. And you make your way towards Titan. Is there anything that's going through your minds at this moment? Is there anything that's going out over comms between you?
Corinthian is rubbing his fingers on the calcified fragment that is on his mark, and he's looking out into space with concern in his mind, thinking that there might be other guardians that were taken like this, and what could happen if they just jump on them from the get-go. Because he's seen hunters at work. He knows that they can just disappear from sight whenever they so choose. He's seen the destructive force of warlocks. He's seen titans just destroy countless enemy forces. He's concerned about what would happen if someone didn't have the force of will that Attica did.
Eugen is definitely pondering the mysteries of that husk. When was the last time this happened? What awaits us down there? Why did a taken appear after the ritual? Are these tied together?
And if it was a trap, is there another trap waiting?
Flux will actually call Corinthian. Is a calcified fragment still in one piece, or did it crack when she fell?
It's still in one piece.
Doesn't seem like she was tied to it then. Interesting.
It will be with her when she goes.
Eugen will play a song Corinthian will definitely recognize that tune as the one that kept playing over and over at the bar.
I never understood why Mulaney liked Hey Pussycat so much.
Might be the same reason that she never took you up on your advances.
Okay. The five of you swing inward to the atmosphere of Titan. Titan, with its unending ocean of methane and the floating platforms and derelict ships riding its enormous waves. Sloane, the Vanguard scout who helped to secure this moon, has uploaded coordinates for a place where there's been a recent spike in hive activity. One that she has not found Guardians to investigate yet. She seems happy that you're arriving, and that it seems like your business here has to deal with the hive anyways. So she sends you these coordinates, and as your jump ships slice down through the pouring rain of liquid methane, you're once again transported down to the surface, this time the metal of an old extraction rig. What's your plan, Fireteam Nova Despair?
Does Flux still have the Tomb Husk?
Yes. We are looking to solve a mystery of a tomb husk we found. And my ghost has told us that the composition of it originated here on Titan.
Could scan the area for the same levels to see if we can't narrow down a more precise position.
Shell, attach yourself to the ship, see if you can find anything.
Peter, this is your wheelhouse to get on that.
Both of your ghosts begin entering in their information, scanning, kind of patching into the haphazard network of signal boosters and beacons that have kind of been reactivated or planted kind of all over Titan. There's nowhere near the kind of coverage here as there is in, say, like the old European zone or in the Cosmodrome. There just hasn't been as much activity here on Titan as of yet. So they scan, and one of them is able to confirm that this same platform that you've landed on, that ahead seems to be where these readings must have come from. It seems like you're pretty close to the source, maybe a mile or less.
I hate to be the one to say it, but maybe it's best we go on foot from here.
I agree, it may be down below the decks.
This is the only landing zone, so yeah, I'm good for on foot.
See you groundside.
One after another, the five of you make that kind of transition, that kind of bizarre faxing, teleportation almost, of your forms kind of one after the other, in close proximity to one another. And you find yourself again on this platform, and you can feel beneath you the gentle rocking that this platform still has, even though these platforms were built with these monolithic balancers in place. The waves on Titan are hundreds of feet high, so it's just impossible to get rid of. So it takes you a moment to kind of get used to this rhythmic rocking of this platform as you take the indication from your ghosts and you have your bearing. Each of you, if you would please, describe something we see on your journey towards where these readings are leading you. What is something that you find on these platforms, on Titan here, that you have to kind of go through or over or around in order to reach your destination?
So there's a catwalk that attaches two separate platforms that seems like it was destroyed by maybe some very large sea creature as it had maybe gone through. There's a lot of bit of blood from where it gouged itself. Um, and the span is a little bit further than we necessarily feel is comfortable jumping as one of the things that we have to overcome.
As we are hopping and going through this dangerous pathway, there's something, a memory. Yugen feels the wind, he feels the methane, and something about it just seems so familiar, but he just can't put his digit on it. And it just feels so different than when they were up on the dreadnought with nothingness, literally nothingness. And now to be here again, there's something so soothing, but I can't put my finger quite on it.
About halfway down into the depths of the arcologies, we come across a set of many different staircases that have since been just wrenched and destroyed in the attack of the darkness during the collapse and have not yet been repaired. So there's just stairs that are gone, stairs that are so unstable that you shouldn't step on them, and just everything that could possibly go wrong with a flight of stairs has gone wrong with these stairs. I imagine there's also probably bits of railing sticking out, waiting to just catch someone who's unawares.
Along this journey, at one point, a huge methane cloud just rolls in, and the winds are so fast, and we're all kind of, well, Yugen is struggling to know where he's at, let alone the catwalk below.
On the way, there are strange signs amidst all this rubble, just destroyed and wrecked infrastructure. You can still see strange signs of life and activity, things that have been like stacked in unnatural ways, acting as like monuments or potentially guideposts of some sort, markers that some people from some unknown origin have left here for reasons that we can't decipher, but clearly has some either practical or metaphysical meaning to them.
There is, at one point, a door they open, and there's just bones of something that has been left there. It's been years, and they're dried, they're bleached, and just almost ready to turn to dust.
You make your way from platform to platform, following the guidance of your ghost through this driving liquid methane rain that's just hammering down, and the winds are threatening to rip you from the top of these metal skeletons of what once was here on Titan. And just ahead, you can start to see that same telltale sign in the central column of the platform that you're currently on, a very large platform in a very large central column. You can see the black barnacle-like growths clinging to all of the surfaces here, once again, indicating that you're probably in the right place. You press into the interior of this column that kind of leads downward miles and miles beneath you. And you can hear the distant sound of thralls echoing up to you. This looks like at one time it may have been an elevator shaft, but with the decrepit age of this place and the rather thorough covering of this hive mess, there's no way that this thing's going to work. What would you like to do?
Are cables still there?
Yes. They are in questionable condition, but there are cables there.
We might as well not keep this welcoming party waiting any longer. See you guys down there. Eugen's gonna glide down the elevator shaft, taking out his ghost, devour, light it up.
And as you jump over the edge, begin to feather the power of your light to somewhat decrease the speed at which you're falling. You pull your light out and your ghost out, and she turns with her light and illuminates the interior of this vertical shaft that disappears downward. And as you're descending, you can see the thickness, the presence of this black barnacle-like growth on the walls is getting denser and denser and thicker, and it's almost even starting to cause this the circumference of this corridor to actually taper noticeably.
Peter, wheel him back, thread thing in hand. And the ghost would transmat the quill of the apostle onto Corinthian's back and summon his sword to his hand, and he would swing the sword into a reverse grip. He'd look down the shaft and think, yeah, it's better than nothing. And then he would leap towards the other side of the wall and jam the sword into it to slide down slower that way.
There's sparks just like raining out of this gouge that you're kind of cutting through the barnacle-like substance, and you're just kind of sliding down like a pirate on a sail.
Flux will watch them as as Jurgen feathers himself and as Corinthian slows his descent and kind of time it. And then remembering back from Tales of the Vaulted Glass, he will just leap and try and time his feathering to before he hits the ground.
with Viper, with his additional dark vision from his model JSYX XO, he'll just step off, and then whenever he gets near the ground, we'll do a quick little jump to then land.
Brahm will follow as well. And as he nears the bottom of this shaft that they've leapt down, he's going to reach out with his senses and try to get a better gauge. So basically, I have a feature called Detect Light and Dark, which means I'm automatically always aware of the type of light or darkness zone that I'm in. And as an action, I can basically detect creatures capable of dealing darkness damage within 60 feet, or if there are wielders of the light within the same range. So he's just going to kind of open this sort of extra sensory detection and try to make sure that they're not ambushed, or that he can, tell if something's going to get the jump on them.
The five of you descend, and Viper is the first one down, having fallen most of the distance at, basically terminal velocity, before kind of using all of the light energy that he is able to kind of buffer his last moment just before impact. Viper, you kind of come down hard, but not as hard as you should have, thanks to the ability that you've just kind of enacted, and you land hard on the ground and are able to kind of start looking around. And just as you're kind of getting used to the lay of the land, and you're seeing that this is definitely a hive territory. You're seeing worms crawling here and there. You're seeing signs of maybe where eggs used to be, that kind of thing. This Geiger-esque architecture that's starting to kind of grow over the existing structures that were here. Just about that time, you can hear the rest of your fire team descending behind you a little slower. Bram, you reach out with this connection that you have to the void. And in doing so, you can definitely sense that there are agents of the dark here. But they seem to be just outside of your ease of detection, at least. You can tell they're here, but you can't get a pinpoint on them. And the five of you find yourselves now at the bottom of this tapered shaft. The room itself is completely unrecognizable as to what it may have once been. But at the far side of this space, it's maybe 40 foot by 40 foot with tall ceilings. Across the way, there is a set of doors that have just enough of their original surfaces left unspoiled that you can tell that these are operational, that these actually do open. However, this door has been locked with heavy chains and runic symbols. Just before it, you can see a small circular platform sitting on the floor, and hovering about chest height above it is a swirl of green smoke that seems to kind of hover in a roughly spherical shape.
Yugen will take out his LMG and, almost putting himself at ease, will rack around, slowly approach the green orb. All right. Guess I gotta check this thing out, guys.
Do so carefully.
Everybody ready? I'll scan it.
Go for it. Sounds good.
Ready?
So when everybody looks like they're ready, I'll go up and scan the orb with Shell.
So just to clarify, the swirling kind of shape that you're seeing is a space. It's a void.
Like where your tomb husk will go.
That definitely seems to be
Right.
the case.
The case, right?
And if the key was completely on the dreadnought, definitely should be careful with what's beyond this door.
All
They're
right.
too far to sense specifically, but there are many creatures of the dark that lie beyond it. You can feel their steps, their breaths.
The scan of nothing at least lets us know that the path is clear, at least to that point.
Does anybody recognize these runes on these chains?
Is anybody taking a closer look?
I will.
Yugen will definitely look closer.
Okay. One of you on point. Roll an Arcana or Religion. And then whoever is going to roll, you can have advantage for the aid of the other.
I guess I'll roll.
Okay. So, you recognize these markings. The Hive tend to use certain universal runes for their rituals and things like tomb husks and doors. But there's almost always some kind of personalization to them. And a lot of the time, it has to do with the specific brood that they belong to, the specific family that they are from. And while these are not exact, these absolutely have similar markings to those that you found on board the Dreadnought. That of Oryx. That of Crota.
And here we are with this husk of the same lineage, perhaps. What do we do?
Put the husk in its receptacle, and if they wish to take our life, let them try.
I'll walk up and put the husk in the light.
You extend the orb, the tomb husk, in your hand into this kind of smoke vessel. It seems to take it from your hand almost as if cradling it. It kind of bounces a little out of your hand and then levitates there, fixed in that spot, and begins to slowly rotate, and the etchings and lines that are covering the surface of this tomb husk illuminate in this same green glow. You feel this rumble in the floor beneath your boots. And you hear this. And these doors, metal, start sliding apart. And they slide open maybe 2 or 3 feet before the barnacles on them have actually hit the door jamb and scraped enough to cause it to stop in that position. Beyond, you can feel the presence of darkness wash out over you, and you can hear, much louder now, the telltale noise of thralls. Lots of thralls.
Go ahead, Eugen.
I always love it when y'all ask. Y'all are too kind. All right, let's change things up a little bit. I'm going to take out the little bear. A gorgeous, shining red grenade launcher. Let's go. And I will take point and proceed towards the whispering thralls.
Yugen on point, and the four of you following in behind. You move into this narrow space between these two sliding doors into the pitch black beyond. The moment you step through, you feel that stone that drops into the pit of your stomach just before your ghost tells you that you have entered an oppressive dark zone. You know here that your ghost cannot resurrect you. The only way that they could do so is if they have the help of another guardian, capture your light, and then they leave this place in order to bring you back. Yugen, you step forward. It doesn't take long before you can see the writhing backs of thralls that are on the ground eating at these piles of refuse and bones. They are just gorging themselves on whatever once was here before.
That's the one sound I just can't stand. Chew with your mouths closed. Little bear. Shoot off a round.
Excellent. So each of you, if you would, describe to me how you are making your way through the fodder here. Thralls, cursed thralls, acolytes, knights, maybe even a wizard or two. What does it look like as you're pushing your way through this place with vengeance in your hearts?
So I imagine the first thing to happen is Corinthian brings his left hand out to his side and a grenade forms in it, and he chucks it to land on the wall behind all of the thrall. And a spike grenade shoots void energy out into the crowd to create a line where we can all just run through and get to the next place.
I envision it being a very high speed, no moving, mad dash to where we're going. With the darkness, there's no telling how many of them there are. So being the rear guard, just taking up the things that are getting close that are left behind, with my hand cannon and reloading as we go. And then as we get to key points, leaving a trip mine behind us that we have more are to come, we can hear the explosion to know that they're catching back up, that we need to keep going.
As we're making a dash, Flux will be shooting the cursed thrall to get that little explosion just to help Corinthian clear the way.
And Brom will, as often as he can, fire lines through the crowds with his fusion rifle as well, continuing to just try to clear out more open space so that we can continue to press through, and we'll follow along nearby to Viper to make sure that their rear is covered, to make sure that nothing can catch up to them, as well as they press through these spaces that they begin to try to open.
You make your way through the throngs of Hive. This part's fairly usual. You've done this before, several times before. You're just mowing down the thralls as fast as they're coming, and they just continue to come, just from everywhere. Several of the times you have left a trip mine behind you, seconds later you can hear it detonate, and you can see the devastation that it causes in the flash of brilliant light that it releases whenever its damage is caused. And almost as fast as all of those thralls are laid to rest, the sea of them collapses in on that void and continues to press the advance towards you. You've made your way probably at least 40 or 50 yards into whatever this space is, and it's only because of one of you. I'll take a volunteer. Anybody? Connor. It's only because of Corinthian. One of the times you throw another one of these grenades, and the room is just kind of illuminated. This portion of it is illuminated in that brilliant purple light of void. And you realize that the surface that you just stuck that grenade to is moving. You realize, looking backwards and looking forwards, as far as you can see both directions, this entire corridor is lined with clutches of eggs.
I guess we found out how they get thousands of thrall.
Cease your fire, they're embryos.
As we land, I imagine quite close together, you will notice on the ground, Yugen will summon an empowering rift, just a vortex of strong circling light, almost licking at your feet. You can feel the cool void flames empowering you.
Is this everybody? Yugen?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Corinthian, why would we seize our fire? The baby ones can't fight back.
Yes, but we do not know how close they are to hatching. Any disturbance may bring them out.
Good point.
Well, what now?
Shoot the adults?
Are there any other passages from this room?
Yes, absolutely. The corridor that you're in continues on.
Keep going. But place shots carefully.
If you stay within 3 paces of me, the flames will stay by your side.
Viper, switch. I will take up rear. And Corinthian puts the quill on his back before pulling out his sword.
Yugen will move forward to the direction the Corinthian pointed out, towards the caves and begin moving that way.
Okay. So changing up into a different formation. This one probably still one that your team has enacted before, I'm certain. So you press forward, moving further down this corridor, deeper into what you are certain is far beneath the surface of the methane ocean here on Titan. You make your way further and further down, continuing to fight your way through these lesser hive creatures until you find yourself in a very large room that you only know what its purpose once was because of the glow here. You can see the still active methane pumps kind of situated around this room, where this facility is still pumping methane from the ocean here. This kind of glowing red light fills this chamber, and there is these scab-like portions of black barnacle growths everywhere here, and this room as well is lined floor to ceiling with clutches of eggs. And as you enter this space, you look across the way and you see, hovering, a wizard. She turns towards you, holding a larva in her hand, and you can see the jaw situated deep within her triangular-shaped helm. If you would please, roll initiative.
Again, there'll be a burst from Brahm as his flame ignites. It will spread, bolstering everybody else with advantage.
Excellent. That's a really cool ability. I like that. Let us see.
I definitely needed it, so thank you.
Nice. What was the other one?
That is one ugly bitch, Jeremy.
Yeah, I didn't draw it.
But you found it.
That's true. That's true. That's fair. Okay. I'm going to put her up here so you can see her instead of me. You're welcome, Michael.
Well, now at least it's prettier.
It's true. And go fuck yourself. Flex. Brown. Do. Viper with a 14. Corinthian, bat and clean up. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got everybody. Alright, Yugen. You are first to act.
Almost immediately upon hearing these hisses and howls, an inner rage, a madness takes over and starts off as a low growl. Eventually, is just a full no, and the flames that were so spread out start clutching and growing stronger around him. The void energy fills. He compacts it, and as he yells, he hurls a Nova Bomb, just wanting to silence that bitch.
And as this purple bolt shoots across the space between you, kind of shifting the lighting as it goes, do you roll or do I? You were so happy about your big gun, you didn't even know what happened when you pulled the trigger.
It's just ready to use it. So it's a save versus my light. So a DC of... any other warlocks out there? Might help a brother out.
You are a
Voidwalker?
Voidwalker, yes.
Yes.
Then 8 plus proficiency plus intelligence.
Intelligence. There you
So a 17.
go. Okay. And what kind of saving throw is it?
The light save.
Light save. I don't know what that translates
The
to
ability
for monsters.
score that you would need to use
Dex.
for
It'd be a dex save.
Oh, okay, cool. In that case, she passes. So I'm assuming probably a half damage kind of situation with the Nova Bomb.
Yes, half.
Okay. And that's your super, right?
It is.
Okay.
At our
know
light
there's
level,
a-
how many of those do we get?
That's what my question is going to be. Make sure that you keep track of whatever that is.
34.
I do not know the answer to your question, Andy.
It was 2. I answered him.
Oh, thank you,
Non-verbally.
Mike. Thank you. Is that's equal to your light level, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Oh. This was the Nova Bomb is void, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Just want to double check. All right. So you hurl this bolt of purple energy, purple light towards this wizard, and the wizard turns and holds her hand, crooked and gnarled and dark, twisted, up in your direction, and you can see the shimmer of purple energy around her intensify moments before your bolt impacts, and she is going to actually take double of half damage. So she takes 46 points. You can see the energy of her shield flicker and falter as the matching energy of your void attack slams into her shields. But they are still present. They have not been depleted entirely. Flux, you're up.
Seeing that the void energy did a good amount of damage, just to add to answer the question, I know the empowered adds a D8 to your damage rolls.
Oh, nice. And that's applied to all of you because of...
Yeah, because of the
Eugen's
numbers.
fire?
Yeah, we have to all be within the radius of it.
Okay, what is
Which
the
is
radius?
15 feet.
15 feet, okay, so it's pretty close. So yeah, all of you are probably within that radius right now, but as you spread out, you may need to be aware of that.
Okay. And just because I want to do this, I'm going to throw a scatter grenade at her. And I have to look up how it's within 5 feet. I remember that.
The grenades?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean, yeah. Everyone within 5 feet of the grenade, yes.
Yeah.
But I think it's 20-60, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's just 60.
Okay.
I'm looking up at the moment.
It is just 60, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they do it almost more like a spell. No, like in 5e. So that's probably a dexterity save, if I had to guess. Okay.
Yes, dexterity saving throw.
All right. Let's see. Oh, she rolled a 1, so she's
Hey.
going to fail.
So she will take full damage. which if I'm reading this right, it starts at 3d8, and my light level is 2, so I get an additional d8, so that should be 4d8.
Don't forget
Nice.
empowered.
Whew.
So
Yeah.
5d8.
You're a
Seven-
monster.
7 4s 11. That's a 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 points total. And that is one of my grenades gone. 18
Okay.
total.
18 of what kind?
Void.
Void. Excellent. Okay. Likewise, so that's actually 18 times 2. Okay, so hold on, I have to math here.
36.
Plus that would be that. But that is beyond what her void shields are. So now we're going to... okay. All right. So you throw this void grenade, and it opens up and scatters your light onto her form, and you can see the shimmer of purple that kind of enshrouds her floating, levitating form dissipate entirely, making this kind of flash as it dies. And the burn of your void kind of bypasses the protection it was offering and deals true damage to this wizard. That was Flux. Okay. In response to that, let's see. Okay. Okay. The creature, realizing that its back is against the wall, you can see these 3 points of green light beginning to glow where you know the hive have their eyes in this kind of triangular formation. And you can see it glowing beneath the shell of her helmet. And as the lights kind of intensify, they shift from green into blue. And as that shift happens, 3 points of light appear in the room around you at various places. These points of light grow larger and begin to swirl around. And as they grow in size, you hear something from beyond. Three taken ogres step out of these rifts. The eyes of Oryx. The domes that form the heads of these creatures is not some mere bubbled, twisted flesh the way you see in a lot of these hive creatures. These are glowing green, blue orbs. These, the heads of these ogres, have been made with the literal eyes of Oryx. This wizard turns towards you, Flux, and you, Eugen. She lets out another "Ah!" and as she does so, darkness enshrouds all of you. this wispy, smoky darkness, all of you are cast into a heavy shroud. It is a 5-foot radius, and it is centered on Yugen. So only those at the fringe of his benefit are going to be outside of this darkness that has just popped up. Okay. In addition, arc bolts extend out of her outstretched hand and streak towards Flux and Yugen, 2 of you each. Flux and Yugen, what are your armor classes? 14 Flux, 17 Yugen. Okay. These first 2 come in at you, Flux. The first one is going to hit...
I would like to use my selfless reaction to impose disadvantage on the rolls against Flux.
Excellent. Okay. What does that look like?
As these arc bolts are getting closer and closer, and the darkness surrounding us is getting somewhat pierced by the energy that she is flinging forth, Corinthian grabs Flux by the shoulder and puts himself in front of the warlock.
Excellent. As you do so, one of them, the first one, is going to get to Flux faster than you're able to interpose yourself.
Fun thing about selfless,
Mhm.
if the attack still hits, I take the damage instead.
Excellent. Okay, so you managed to get there in time, but this one was destined for Flux's form. So you managed to just physically interpose yourself, and the arc bolt instead is going to go through you. The second, however, perhaps because of the unexpected impact, is careened off course and collides with some of the barnacles and egg sacs that are growing on the wall. So, Corinthian, you are going to take 9 points of arc damage. The other 2 headed towards you, Yugen. 17 AC. Let's see here. Narrowly misses with the first with a 16. Just barely passing beside you. However, the second is going to hit with a 26.
You bitch. You witch.
The arc energy finding purchase around your armor through the circuits of your gear and dealing 7 points of arc damage to you. Okay. Oh, damn it. Okay. Okay. That brings us to Braun.
So you said we've been covered in this like shroud of sorts. Like, what does that look like?
So it's this kind of smoky darkness. It's kind of almost a globe of darkness, if you will.
Perfect. So as this darkness has like enshrouded over us, we like see from the outside, for a moment, nothing, as everything is just encased in this black. Before we see like a pinprick of light, like sun coming through clouds, like come out through one of the pieces, and then another, as suddenly there's this roar of flame and light as Brahm will ascend flying into the air as wings of flame unfurl from his back, and a sword made of pure light and fire will burst into his hand as I will use my Dawn Blade super to fly 30 feet into the air before he'll look at this witch who has cast this spell, flinging the sword as if to strike her from a distance as a beam of flame and light will roar towards her in an arc. And she will need to make a dex saving throw.
Excellent.
Against a DC 18.
Okay. Before I get to that, there's an ability of hers that I failed to enact on the beginning of your turn, but because you already went through all of the description and everything, please roll this saving throw. It is charisma with advantage as you start your turn within this darkness.
You also get the +4.
Excellent.
Okay, that's like a million.
Million.
29.
That's good. Okay, so you are going to take half of 20, so you're going to take 10 points of poison damage as the caustic nature of this shroud kind of eats away at the flesh beneath your armor. So you soar upwards, you bring this fire sword to bear, and you make this sweeping arc which sends this lateral beam kind of into this witch. You said you need a dexterity save?
That is correct.
Okay. She failed miserably.
Alrighty. So that is going to be 37 solar damage that she will take as this arc of flame and light will burst into her.
Parts of her ancient-looking robes burst into flames as you scorch her with this attack. She howls again, but she hovers still, not dealt with yet. That brings
So
us...
I now have a fly speed, so I'll end my turn basically 30 feet above
In the air.
the shroud and the rest of the team, yeah.
Excellent.
As I will
Okay,
stay
cool.
there. But that'll be my turn.
And 30 feet is probably about as high as you can get in this room. That's probably about where the ceiling's at. So you're, hovering at a distance where you can't knock your head, basically, but you're near the top of the room. Okay, that brings us to Viper.
Viper is going to start in that ability if you want to do that first, I guess.
Yes, thank you. So you will need a charisma saving throw.
Don't forget the +4.
+4, thank you. It's also like a million.
That's good.
It's my good one. 30.
Okay. Yeah. So you're going to take half, which was significantly less this time. So you're going to take 2 points of poison damage as you successfully...
I'm also an exo, so I take half. I'm resistant to poison.
Nice. Okay. So you take a single point of poison damage as this caustic material essence may kind of eat a little away at the solders and things, but not more than that.
So Viper will slither his way through the smoke to try to get into a covered position from the green glowing behemoth that is heading our way. But as soon as he exits the shroud, he's going to summon one of his throwing knives to throw at the witch before doing the second attack. So just as soon as he gets a glimpse of her, he'll gather some light from an empty throwing knife scabbard and throw it right at her.
Okay. So you're basically kind of looking for a little bit of substance to put between you and one of these ogres, and then you're going to toss this knife.
Correct. On my way to that, I'm going to do something else, but that's my end destination.
Okay, gotcha. What is the range on this dagger, this knife?
It is, I had it right, I think it's like 2040, 20... One more second. 2060.
Okay. So, what is your speed?
30.
Okay. So, I'm going to give you a choice. This attack with the knife is either going to have to be at disadvantage because of the range, because you're also trying to make sure that there are obstacles in between you and this ogre, or you can forego the protection of cover against this ogre and not have
I'll
disadvantage.
forego, and that'll still be my destination, but I just won't get there this turn.
Okay.
And then Yugen, from your thing, do I get any ability bonus? The flames that were licking my shoes or
I
anything?
think it's just the damage.
If you're still within 15 feet by the time you throw the dagger, you get an extra D8.
Probably
Okay.
not.
No, yeah, I would say you're probably beyond that at this point.
So my total is going to be a 15.
That is exactly what you need to hit her.
Perfect. So with 7 points, and on the hit, I will enact my incendiary blade. So she needs to make a Constitution saving throw. DC 15.
She failed. She apparently
Awesome.
cannot make saving throws to save her life, literally.
So she now has the burning condition. She can resave at the end of each of her turns, but she can no longer regain her shields or hit points.
Nice. Okay. And what was the actual damage the blade did?
7
7.
solar.
Okay, cool.
So as Viper jumps out of the smoke, he throws his blade, and as he lands, he grabs his hand cannon and aims it over at one of the ogres to shoot it, to try to pin it to the ground. That attack will be a 9.
The shot is wild. This ogre is moving much faster than you anticipated, and it's just simply not there whenever you squeeze this first shot towards it off, and instead it just careens past him.
Yeah. So landing, I land in one of those weird hive puddles that are on the ground, slipping, which caused my aim to go askew. Because I fixed the gun already, so it definitely can't be that. So it was my footing.
Okay. To answer your question, Brahm, I think from what I read, health points and shield points combined equal hit points. So I think they refill hit points first, and then if there's any left over, that goes to shield points. I believe that's how that works.
Okay, perfect. But it can do it, so it counts towards your total pool.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. That was Viper. Okay. Viper, you have lashed out at this wizard, and now have also turned your rage to one of the eyes of Oryx. These 3 taken ogres have fully managed to manifest, and you can see their glowing hands and legs, these motes of glowing light all across their bodies, as they stomp their way towards your group. The one that was moving towards you, Viper, moving to try to intercept, to protect its mother, is going to move up to you and is going to attempt to attack you twice with its massive glowing fists. What is your AC, Viper?
16.
Okay. 16. Let's see here. Ooh, okay. So the first one is going to hit. So is the second. These ogres have something called battering slam. If both of its fists happen to land their attack on the same target, it becomes a little extra nasty. So, I'm going to need a strength saving throw from you.
Is he still within 10 feet of Corinthian?
No, not at this
No.
point.
So that's my really good one. I have a -1 to that, so that's going to be a
Ooh.
total of a 5 for that strength saving
Excellent.
throw.
That's good. That's good. Okay. You are going to take a total of 22 points of bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone beneath the weight of this thing's massive taken fists.
It's about what happens.
You down?
No, I'm good. I'm just
No. Okay.
I'm in my puddle. So I'm not
Yeah.
happy about it.
That puddle is probably a little bit more yours at this point. Okay. A second one of them is going to turn, and it turns this green glowing face, this eyeball of Oryx, towards, let's see, who else? Okay, one of them is at Corinthian, and the third is not going to also be at Corinthian. Come on, die. That's awful. Is going to be at
Corinthian.
Flux. I just rolled his number 3 times in a row. Okay. So, Corinthian, you're going to get one of these eye blasts, and Flux, you're going to get the other. Alright. So, Corinthian incoming. Does a 19 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. Before I resolve the damage on that, Flux, I'm assuming a 22 is going to hit you.
Just barely, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So these beams of purple, these kind of shafts of purple light, like roar out away from their faces, colliding with both of you. And Corinthian, you're going to take 9 points of void damage. Flux, you're going to take 15 points of void damage. And both of them stalk closer towards you. Okay. Corinthian, it is your turn.
As the ogres approach, Corinthian is going to call out to them and any. How big is the room?
Very big. I would say it's probably beyond 100 foot on a side.
Is it beyond 120?
I mean, the room might be, but there aren't any combatants who are beyond that range.
Cool. So, Corinthian is going to move towards the middle of the room. And he is going to say, "The only light you shall see today is my bastion." And he is going to use his bonus action to use threat management. All hostiles within 60 feet of me that can see me or clearly hear me must make a wisdom saving throw.
Excellent. Okay. So that would be.
And if
all
they
of them.
fail, they have disadvantage on attack rolls against everything except for me.
Nice. That's awesome. Okay. She's gonna pass. What kind
I
of
didn't
saving
see my
throw?
note. She has disadvantage already from burning because I didn't realize that was a part of it.
Nice. Okay. What kind of save is it again?
Wisdom.
Okay, that's gonna cause her to fail it big time. Yeah, she rolled a 19 on the first one, but with disadvantage, that turns into a 2
Nice.
for a total of 5. So that's not gonna pass. So she has disadvantage on her attacks, and then now for the ogres. The one attacking Viper.
Needs 15.
Nope, not gonna make it. The one attacking Corinthian. Not gonna make it. The one attacking Flux. Not gonna make it. Okay.
Nice.
All of them are affected by this feature, this ability that you just unleashed.
Awesome. And because at least one of them failed, I get an overshield of 10 points.
Also handy.
And he's going to use his main action to activate Force Barrier, which is going to increase his armor class to 19, and it's going to give him resistance to everything except psychic and darkness damage.
Nice. So Corinthian has just set up himself a little fortress in the middle of the room, turned himself into a rook, locked it down. All right, that is Corinthian. Eugen, back to you.
I'll take the glow sticks. I got the witch bitch. That grenade was pretty handy. I too will enjoy this. I'm gonna throw a vortex grenade at the witch bitch.
Okay, she need a saving throw.
That will be it's a dex save.
Okay, and she's still at disadvantage because of the fire. So she rolled a 1. So she failed that also.
So that'll be 24 damage. Avoid. And then as a bonus action, Eugen will let out a little whistle for Little Bear and hot swapped his grenade launcher. And he's gonna launch 2 rounds at her.
So, your void grenade is actually going to kill her. So if you would describe what that looks like, and then you can turn your additional attacks on another target.
So where her eyes are glowing, that seems to be a pretty nice target. So I'm going to coalesce all the light in her face, silence those whispers and screams, and her head will literally get sucked into the void.
Nice. And as her head kind of spaghettifies and is pulled into this almost like a miniature black hole, the rest of her body begins to basically just crumble right before your eyes and collapses from the air down onto the ground of this place, splashing into some of these pools that Viper described, in basically just these broken, dried up fragments.
Nice. That being the case, I'm going to re-level Little Bear at I guess Viper. I guess hunters always need help.
Well, Viper is on the ground currently, and this ogre is directly bearing down on top of him.
Yeah, I'm gonna launch 2 shots at the ogre that is just assaulting poor Viper.
I think with the grenade's an action.
Yeah. So let's check on that. That may be the case. Not to.
Can I not use a grenade and attack?
I don't know. If it is an action, then no, you can't. So it's.
I will then instead move to assist Viper.
Okay, so you're basically just going to close with that ogre?
Yes, I will close and cause a distraction, or attempt to get its attention to me.
Okay. You can see that its attention is fairly riveted on Corinthian at the moment. So if you'd like to try to pull its attention away, then make a let's call it an intimidation roll or performance, either one.
So I'm gonna roll performance, but I'm not gonna try to pull its attention away. I'm,
Okay.
I'm gonna let it keep going.
So you're doing it for Corinthians' sake, but or Viper's sake, and Corinthians' sake maybe, but not wholeheartedly.
Correct. This is not a strong act.
Yeah, it kind of like makes an absent-minded kind of like backhanded swipe kind of towards you, as if like you were like a buzzing insect of some kind, but pays you no other mind. Okay, that was
Oh,
Eugen
darn.
Flux. I tried, man. I tried. Flux, you're up.
Okay. I was in the middle of reading one of the abilities. I know the witch is dead. You have one ogre on Corinthian, one ogre on Viper. Where's the other ogre?
On your ass.
Oh, on my ass.
Yeah, he's
How close
shooting
am I
his beam
to?
at you.
How close am I to Corinthian?
So Corinthian moved out into the middle of the room. What is your speed, Corinthian?
30 feet.
Okay, so you're 30 feet away from him.
Okay. I will move up within at least 15 feet of him. And how hurt are you, Corinthian?
Not very.
Not very? Okay. The ability I was looking up is what we get for the superclass cornerstone. The Warlock Paralysis. You can give a number of creatures equal to 1 plus your light level ability modifier. Okay, so that's, I was reading that wrong, but that's more people. Immunity against your light abilities.
Okay, so that's kind of like I think it's a wizard ability that some of them get, where they can basically carve a spell kind of around. Yeah. So yeah, you can basically just prevent damage from being dealt to them, even if they're in the area of whatever you're doing.
Right, so that would let me do 6 people.
Oh yeah.
With
So yeah, your
the
allies.
whole fire team.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, if anybody gets caught in this, yeah, I'm gonna Nova Bomb. Actually, he's not that hurt. I'll go ahead and activate the empowering rift around both of us, and I believe that takes an action to activate.
Okay, and this is the same thing that Eugen had done already.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So keep that in mind, everybody, when you're doing damage. So now you have 2d8.
They have to be within its 15-foot radius.
Right. So that is active back in the darkness. Oh, we need to do that too. We haven't been doing that.
Oh, right. I just came out of
that. So there's a portion of that is going on back there in the darkness where Eugen is, and there's now a bit of it going on where Corinthian is at. Well, I say that, but we need to get saving throws. So I didn't get one from Corinthian or Eugen. So if both of you would also please make, you as well, Flux, make...
I forgot to mention, I pre-rolled it. It was a 17.
17 will be... Oh, wait. I'm sorry. She's dead. So that darkness would have dissipated whenever she went down. So scratch that. We don't have to worry about it. Yay, I know what I'm doing. Kind of.
Nice.
All right, so Flux. Okay, sorry, Flux. Continue with your turn, please. You are. That is your action.
Yeah, I believe that is my action, and I moved up to Corinthian, so he's definitely within the empowering rift.
Perfect. Okay, so you've kind of moved up behind or beside Corinthian, and have kind of brought up your own like circle of purple flame around you. That brings us. She doesn't get a turn anymore. Brahm, it's you.
So right now these ogres are kind of all spread out, but it looks like, judging by the Titan drawing them all in, that they're probably going to close around them.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, all three of them definitely have turned their gaze towards Corinthian and are stomping that direction.
Alrighty, so I am going to go ahead and hold my action so that if basically once two of them are next to each other, within 5 feet of each other, I will use my action then to unleash another attack with my Dawn Blade, because it'll be able to hit both of them then. So I'm going to hope that that condition is met, but that'll be my action.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and actually say that they meet that requirement currently. That this room's not big enough to keep them that far apart, and they are huge. So, I mean, they take up quite a bit of space as it is.
Oh, alrighty. Then yeah, seeing them too, because I'm pretty sure it seems crazy, but maybe this system is just strong. But it looks like I can just use that action as long as I'm concentrating on my Dawnblade ability. So as long as that's the case, because it doesn't restrict it in any way, I'll have another two of them make a dexterity saving throw then, whichever two are close to each other.
All right, let's call it the two that are not on Viper. I think that probably makes the most sense. Was kind of pulled aside. You said a dexterity, right?
Yes.
Okay, not these things' strong suit. 9 is the best that I've got, so I don't think either one of them is going to pass.
No, not quite enough. So seeing two of them kind of beginning to close in on Corinthian, Brahm will still in the air kind of take a short flight back so he can kind of catch an angle at these two of them before like let another wave of the Dawnblade's energy fly, searing towards these two ogres before it'll wreath them in solar energy and fire, and they will each take 30 solar.
Okay. This is a magic attack, or paracausal, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, this would be paracausal.
Yeah. Okay. You can tell that the fire, even though it does damage them, and they did not do anything to avoid taking it, some of it kind of splashes and rolls along their hide, seemingly not affecting them as much as you might have hoped. Each one of them will be taking 15. Okay. Oh. Damn. Okay. Yugen, you had moved up beside Viper to kind of get this thing's attention. They actually have a reaction if you end your engagement, or if you end your turn engaged to them, rather. So that backhand that it delivered to you might actually be more than just a casual backhand. But it has disadvantage, so that might save you. A 12 probably is not going to hit you. Is that right? Yugen? Does a 12 hit you?
That it does not.
Okay. So that backhand missed you, luckily, as you kind of approached it. Okay. That was wrong.
Do you see the sacrifice I make for you, Viper? Do you see the sacrifice?
Viper, prone upon the ground in this puddle. It is now your turn.
So since I am prone, I'm going to use my free action to switch to my sniper rifle. I'm then going to use my bonus action to disengage, and I'm just going to kind of roll on the ground, positioning myself towards the ogre. And then I'm going to fire. My sniper rifle has the take a knee perk, so if I am prone, I do not have disadvantage while taking a shot with this weapon.
Okay, before you do that, the same... Oh, nope, it took its reaction.
Disengage. I disengaged anyway.
Well, yeah, they have an ability that...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he already spent his reaction trying to slap at Yugen, so Yugen actually did inadvertently prevent it from attacking you. So please go ahead.
And I have a +1 to attacks and damage when I'm prone. I fucking need it. So that will be a 17.
That's what you're looking for. You hit.
So it's going to be 11 points. And then I'm going to make my second attack as well. And that'll be at 19.
Also will hit.
For an additional 9.
Okay. And those were... That's both, like, firearm, like ammo, right?
It was my sniper. But yeah, nothing special about the bullet or anything.
Okay.
So yeah, Viper, he does like 4 rolls, and he has his feet going faster than his legs, so it repositions him pointing at this ogre as he takes two shots, hitting him in the leg. And then will pop up from prone after that using the rest of his movement.
And you can notice that unlike some of the effect of the fiery line that was sent out by Brahm, the bullets seem to have full effect against these ogres. Okay. That was Viper's turn. It is now the eyes of Oryx. All 3 of them turn towards you, Corinthian, realizing not only what you have done, but are you at full, Corinthian, hit points?
I am at full hit
10.
points, yes, but not full shield points.
Okay. So this... Okay, so...
And I do have the 10 over shield.
So, right. They have a thing that triggers if you're not at full HP, so I'm assuming that just means hit points. So it won't apply in this situation since you still have those. Okay, but all 3 of them do indeed move and stomp their way towards you, closing in around you in this unnerving circle of giganticism. And this barrage of enormous fists are going to start coming down at you.
Cool. They need 19 plus.
All right, 19 plus. Each one of them is able to make 2 attacks. You've got 6 attacks coming your way. The first one, 17. The second, rolled a 1. The third is a 21.
Okay.
The fourth.
Before you roll any more, I need to make a concentration check because force barrier is concentration.
Okay. So let's figure out how much damage he's going to do with that. Go ahead.
The save is going to be a 24.
The save for, what is it?
Concentration. Like to maintain force barrier.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, you're fine. Absolutely. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, damage from the first fist. Okay. 5 and 6 is 11. 11 points from the first one. 8 points from the second. All of this is bludgeoning. And then because... Oh, wait. Second one... Okay, so he hit you with the first one. The second one was actually a nat 20. So, the second bit of damage is going to be this, plus 11, okay, so the second hit is 39 points of bludgeoning damage. And, because both of their things hit, I will need a strength saving throw. You're also going to take 12 additional points of bludgeoning from its battering slam. What'd you get on that save?
How much from battering slam?
I think it was 10.
I still somehow have shield points after all that.
Good.
And that strength save is going to be 26.
Excellent. So, even though both of these fists of this second ogre, the first one, no problem. It slashed at you, and you managed to duck and dodge underneath both of these things.
The 17 would have hit if it wasn't for force barrier. So instead of it just swinging and missing, I think Corinthian would just match its swing with one of his own punches.
Nice. And there's this thunderous, like, boom, as, like, void energy, like, dissipates out in a radius from where your two fists have collided with one another. But as you've done that, you dropped your guard for just too long, and the second ogre brings down both of its fists on you and almost takes you down to the ground underneath the weight of these. However, the
I forgot I resisted all of that.
The pummel, however, is not finished. There are 2 more attacks to resolve. 17 is not going to do it, however, on the first one. The second is a 19. Will hit on the nose. So there's going to be a further 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Is that before resistance or after?
Oh, that's before resistance. Yeah, I'll leave that up to you.
Cool. So after that last one hits, that's when force barrier drops.
Okay. So yeah, just this, all of the rest of you see this congregation of these these giant ogres crowding around Corinthian, and they're all just, I mean, it's like watching bullies pick on a kid in the playground. I mean, they're just surrounding him and just beating him as best they can into the ground, and he's taking several of these blows that are certainly enough to probably have killed some of you. Okay. Corinthian, it is now your turn.
Cool. So now that they're all around me, I'm going to use Ward of Dawn. So they all need to make Constitution saves, or else they're blinded.
Con saves. Okay, let's see. They're not bad at con saves. So let's see. The first one.
They can repeat their saves for threat management.
Oh, at the end of the turn. What kind of save was that?
That was Wisdom.
Wisdom save. And what is the DC again?
15.
Okay, so the one that was attacking Viper, the most damaged currently, he did pass. So did the one that was attacking Flux. The one that initially came after you, Corinthian, oh my god, he passed as well. I rolled a 17, a 19, and a 17.
Nice.
That's without their bonus. Okay, so now they need to make con saves.
Yes. Same DC.
Same DC, 17?
15.
15. I knew it had a teen on it. Okay, so the one that is attacking Viper is now blinded.
Oh.
So is Flux. Or the one that was attacking Flux, sorry. Flux, you're not blind. However, the one that was attacking you directly, Corinthian, he passed.
Cool.
Okay. So, yeah, 2 of them kind of reach their glowing hands up to these glowing orbs that they call a head, as this kind of shroud seems to cling to the surface of these things, almost like they had cataracts, and they're just like howling in pain. And the other is kind of shaking his hands before his vision, but seems to be okay. Okay, that was Corinthian. We're back to the top. Eugen.
Viper, you're so light on your feet. Guess I must do the same. I will dash forward towards the ogres. And with an ability I have called Handheld Supernova, I'm going to cast my melee attack, Energy Drain. I can spend a grenade ability charge to expel a void light in a 15-foot cone instead. I want to grab as many of these big boys as I can, and they must make a dex save versus my light save DC.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to say that you are capable of getting 2 of them because they are huge. They're basically 15 feet by 15 feet space. So yeah, you'd easily be able to get 2 of them, but not any more than that.
Okay. I will definitely try and get 2 of them.
And what kind of save did you need from me?
It's going to be a dex save.
Ooh, that's not as good. Okay. That one failed with an 8, and that one failed with a 7.
Excellent.
This would also be paracausal, however it's paracausal.
So that'll be 22 points of some beautiful void.
Okay, and we're going to say that it was one of the blinded ones and one of the not ones. 22 gets cut in half. Okay. Oh. Corinthian. You ended your turn engaged to them, so each of them is going to be able to attempt this attack on you. 2 of them are blinded, so they'll be at disadvantage. Oh. Wait a second. Oh no.
Does it need to be on a target they can see?
They have blind sight of 60 feet.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So sorry. They are acting as if they cannot see their caused pain by this effect, but you can get the sense that they still are able to peg where you are. All right. So 3 more attacks coming at you. The first one is a 21.
Okay.
The second one is only a 17.
That will still hit because force barrier dropped.
Okay. The third is only an 11.
Okay, so 1 hit.
1, 2. Okay. The first hit is going to be 13 points of bludgeoning. And the second that managed to land a strike is going to be 12.
Cool beans.
All right.
You know how when you look at Destiny, people you can see like their shield bar and their health bar? Corinthian shield bar is like that much.
To be fair, you are standing toe-to-toe with 3 taken ogres. In the real game of Destiny, you'd probably be dead already. That doesn't usually go very well, standing toe-to-toe with a single ogre, even. All right. So, Eugen... Were you done, Eugen? Was there anything you were waiting on me from, still?
That's it. That is my turn.
Okay, excellent. All right. You are how far away from them?
I'm probably 10 feet out from them.
Okay. That is still engaged as far as their reach goes. So you're ending your turn engaged with them.
Yes.
So one of them is going to take a
Didn't
swing
they
at
all
you.
just take their reactions at me?
They did, yes. Oh, well, I don't know, because you're at the end of the round, and then Yugen's at the top of the round, so I don't think it resets
So
until their
you
turn.
get your reaction back at your turn.
On your turn. Okay, perfect. Then,
Yeah.
yes, thank you, Connor, for pointing that out. So they won't swing at you, Yugen. Saved by Corinthian. Okay, Flux, it is now your turn.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna Nova Bomb. So I have the Empowering Rift. Is Yugen close enough to let me have the Empowering Rift as well?
Are you?
I was near Corinthian.
Then yeah, you would be.
Okay, so that'd be 68.
Because you're benefiting from your own as well as Yugen's, so yeah.
All right.
You get 2 additional D8.
It's a Dexterity save DC of 16.
And what is the radius?
That is a good question. Give me a second.
Are
I'm
you
assuming-
casting it inside of Ward of Dawn?
That's a good question. No, you're not. Don't do that.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not casting inside. It's a
Okay.
it's a range of 80-foot mortar. All creatures within 5 feet of the surface
Okay.
must make.
Yeah,
So
if
how
you
many
s-
does that get?
So if you center it basically on the top of Corinthian's Ward of Dawn,
Mhm.
it'll go off and catch all 3 of the ogres.
Yeah, so I'll jump up and crack it on top of his ward.
Excellent. Okay.
And he is immune to it because of the warlock ability from the
Right.
superclass.
Also
And
the
because
ward.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's
Yeah.
on the outside of the ward, you'd be fine anyways. But doubly protected. Okay. And it is a what kind of save again? I know I keep dropping this, but
Dexterity save.
Dexterity.
DC
Okay.
16.
16 is what we're looking for. 15 is not going to make it on the one that was attacking Viper. The one that was attacking Flux fails with a 4. And the one that was attacking Corinthian directly at first is failing with a 2. Let it rain.
39 total.
Okay, this is also paracausal, so they're going to take an additional 20 from this. Okay, this... Ooh, okay. They are all very badly damaged. You can see parts of them beginning to kind of flake away and dissipate into this kind of smoke that the Taken are typically made with. But they are all 3 still up and ticking. That was Flux. Brahm, it is your turn.
So seeing these ogres just pummeling a Corinthian, Ram will look down, seeing this ward that's gone up, and see an opportunity. And he will, from the ceiling above, fly downwards until he's above Corinthian, before he will reach a hand out towards his comrade. The burst of flame kind of bursting from his wings and his sword in his hand, but instead of burning his ally, it will reignite the spirit within him and bolster him and his shield. I'm going to use my divine, what's it called? Divine
question.
blessing ability.
Divine
Huh?
Blessing. What's up?
So Ward of Dawn is kind of a double-edged sword because light abilities cannot pass through it.
Yeah, I imagine
It's just a
Brahm
touch heal ability.
Yeah.
Oh,
so he
touch,
basically
okay.
just kind of reached
Yeah.
through your Ward of Dawn and
Yeah.
give you
I'm
that
just
up.
flavoring it that way. It's actually like I could just touch you and do it mechanically.
Yeah. You're good. So, how much is it healing?
It is. So it's because we're light level 2. It's an extra, so it's going to be 23 points back. as
Nice.
his flames will restore you and your shield.
Were your health points? Were you into your hit points, Corinthian?
No.
Okay. So
I have
all of
11
that.
shield points left.
So all of that'll go back into your shield points, straight to bolstering that bar back up. Excellent.
And because of my specific subclass, as this happens, the flames will also roar up within myself, and I will also gain 7 hit points back.
Nice. Healers that can heal themselves are also very, very sexy.
Yes. And that'll
Especially
be my
ones
turn.
that can heal themselves while healing other people. It's even better.
Healed people heal people.
All right. That was Braum. Viper, you're up. I think you're still prone?
I stood up at the
Oh,
very
you
end.
did stand up at the end of your turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
with the other second half of my movement. So with my free action, I'm going to switch back to my hand cannon. The ogre that was attacking Viper that is now closest to Yugen, I am going to aim down my sights and shoot away.
And you're meaning aim as in like the game mechanic term, because there's actually a specific.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, it takes
cool.
15 of my movement.
Sweet. I just wanted to double check to make sure that you're getting whatever benefit, and you weren't just using that term.
I rolled a 1. So I'm going to use my keen eye ability on a missed shot. I'm going to re-roll that and take the second.
I would say this is probably a great moment for that.
So that will be a 15 instead.
Okay. So this shot hits this ogre, but passes through his slightly corporal form. You needed a 17 to hit.
Then I will make my extra attack to try yet again. At a 17.
That is the magic number.
I will enact my preferred weapon modification, pinning it to where, making his movement to 0, as he takes 12 points of damage. Kinetic.
Okay. And this was the one you said that was coming after you initially.
Yeah, it was after me initially, but closest to Yugen.
I named them based on who they had initially attacked, so that way I just keep the damage consistent. Cool. He is not looking good at all, but he's still around. These things, you guys have fought ogres before. Ogres themselves are already tough, but if they manage to have been taken by Oryx, they are even tougher. Okay, that was
Speaking
Viper.
of,
Speaking
fuck me
of,
up, brother.
Yeah, all 3 of them are still around. We're gonna change it up just a bit. They're not going anywhere. Just the crisis management or whatever, that's down.
On the ones that saved.
Which was
Pretty sure they all saved, I thought.
Yes, they all did.
They all did. Okay. So they are all free to attack whom they wish now.
Mine just can't move. Vipers just can't move.
Right. Okay. So on these other 2, let's figure out where this is going down. Okay. One of them is going after Yugen. Not Yugen also. Okay. Yugen and Braum are going to get a little bit of love. Okay. Are either one of you into your hit points? Yugen or Braum?
No.
No. Okay. So their blood frenzy thing doesn't kick in. Each one of them is going to turn an eye blast in your direction. Yugen, a 24 is going to hit you.
Is
Wrong.
Yugen within 5 feet of me?
I don't think he is.
I think I'm on the opposite side of the ogre, probably
Yeah.
at least
Okay.
10 feet.
Yeah. So
And he
yeah,
was
if you're-
10 feet away from the ogre.
That's right. Yeah. So yeah, you're 25 feet away from him because these ogres take up 15 feet. Okay.
I am 5 feet over your head.
Yes.
That counts.
That counts.
Brahm, a 12 is going to miss you though. So you manage to maybe put part of this Ward of Dawn bubble kind of between you and this ogre's like beam that is shooting out of his face as he kind of like sweeps past, and you manage to avoid the damage from this. However, Yugen, the one that turned his attentions to you, hits you square in the chest. You're going to take void damage to the tune of 11 points. The third and final ogre, instead of going anywhere, realizing that he is stuck anyways, is actually going to open its mouth and roar. Everyone within 500 feet, that would be the 5 of you, need to make wisdom saving throws, please.
Everyone within 10 feet of me, don't forget the +4.
Nine from Yugen. Okay, Yugen, you are affected. Viper, you are affected. Brahm, you are safe. Corinthian, you are safe. Flux, you are caught and affected. Okay, the 3 of you, Yugen, Viper, and Flux, the 3 of you are now frightened of this ogre in particular. Okay. That is the eyes of Oryx. Corinthian, it is now your turn.
Cool. So, ward's gonna drop as I activate Force Barrier once again. You know the whole deal with that.
You would think so by now, but that's not the case. Do you need saving throws from me?
No.
Okay, good. Then yes, I know exactly what I'm doing, at least for this moment.
And he's going to pull his sword into his hand, and that is my turn.
It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it pays out. All
They'll
right.
engage with that one. So,
Well, technically, the others have not really gone much of anywhere. They turned and they blasted their eye
bring it,
beams.
my dude.
So, it could still go interestingly. All right.
Rock my world. Do it.
Corinthians pancake. All 3 of them using their reaction to beat upon the Titan. I play the Titan, so I totally feel your pain. All right, 12's going to miss. 12's going to still miss. However, a 25 is going to hit.
Oh. And Force Barrier stays up, by the way.
Excellent. All right, let's see here. 12 points of bludgeoning from that one that got through.
The 2 that go at me, I imagine Corinthian, just as the ward drops, he's ready for 2 punches, and he catches the 2 in his hands, but then the last one just gets him in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. You think you might even hear like a crack as this fist kind of collides with your back, and you kind of are forced down on one knee, but you've still got like these massive Hulk-sized fists like held at like the edge of your pauldrons with your own fists. Okay. Yugen, it is your turn.
What is this feeling? Ugh. Ugh. Yugen's gonna back away. Not sure what to do. He's gonna levitate and back away. Just needs to get away from this horror. That doesn't mean he's not gonna have his grenade launcher ready. And he is gonna try to attack one of the other ogres.
I don't know how grenade launchers work mechanically, but I'm assuming there's some kind of small splash damage that they do. But these things are so big, you could basically put it on like the backside of one of them, the outside of it, and not endanger anybody else. So feel free to move about the cabin.
All right. So as a bonus action, I will switch. Or did I already do that last time? No, I'm gonna hot swap as a bonus action to my grenade launcher. And so I get a +2 to attack when I take a shot with it. A 21.
That'll hit. Absolutely.
10 points.
10 points, and this is weapon damage. So, which one of them did you put it on? The one that was attacking Viper, Flux, or Corinthian?
It probably would have been the one attacking Flux.
Okay, 10 points.
Corinthian's a badass. He's got this.
Obviously.
And that's my turn.
Cool. All right, that was Yugen. We are back to you, Flux.
All right. Having that one that on Viper that roared, Flux does not like that. He will pull out Void's knowledge and take a pop shot, even though this will be at disadvantage because of the frightening condition. That'll probably be the roll. That's cocked.
You are attacking the actual one that roared?
Yes.
Yeah, so then, yeah, it will be at disadvantage.
So it'll be a 13 to hit.
That is not going to find purchase.
Okay.
You just have the one?
Yeah, I just have the one. I messed up last time. I should have only taken one shot.
Oh, that's fine. No big deal. Okay. So you fire this round at this ogre, but you find, like, as you're like staring down your sights or your scope at this ogre, looking at this glowing green orb, knowing that it was an eye of Oryx, you're struck with this kind of deep-seated chill that kind of runs down your spine, and you kind of see the instant that that Abaca had fallen whenever you had fought these eyes the first time. And your shot misses. Okay. That was Flux. Brahm, you're up.
As these ogres continue to mount their offensive, Brahm will continue to lend his support. As he already has like one hand hovering over Corinthian, he'll like flip the sword so that he can like hold the hilt, but still like place his second hand near the Titan ally. And as the flaming aura continues to, he'll push that even further, letting out another rush of flame and light into his ally. As the shield is being pummeled and like cracked, we see like light and fire begin to like wind its way, clearing the cracks in the shield again. I'm going to use the second charge of Divine Blessing because I get them equal to my charisma modifier to give you another 19 points, Connor. as he will continue to bolster the Titan, keeping everyone alive.
Excellent. Okay. Brahm is feeding his light into Corinthian, trying to keep Corinthian standing as long as he can. Viper, it's your turn.
Viper not being able to get any closer to the source of his fear is actually going to fall back to a more height position. So he's going to run and then do his little double jump up onto a ledge, where he'll then lay prone and switch to his sniper rifle and see if he can't take out the source of that fear. That was the one that was attacking me, correct? Regardless, I'm attacking the one that was on Viper.
Okay.
Typically, I would be at disadvantage, but I have the perk that I do not take disadvantage when I'm prone with this weapon. So I'm going to roll.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
That will be a 19.
That will absolutely hit.
That's this much damage. So that's going to be to the tune of 7 points. And then I'll take my second shot, which will be a 12.
That will not hit.
So I will use my
However,
keen sensibility to make a second to reroll.
Okay, sure, yeah.
And that will be a 24.
That will hit.
To the tune of 10. So off in the distance, you just hear the cracking of a sniper rifle drilling into this ogre.
What was the first bit of damage you did?
I believe it was 7.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, so that puts... And then 10... Okay. So, you fire these 2 shots, and the report from the sniper rifle echoes through this chamber loudly. And as you do so, you see the form of this ogre, this Eye of Oryx, begin to collapse in on itself. That singular sphere that kind of forms its head, the Eye of Oryx itself, begins to kind of like fall. But as it does, you can see the form starts to reconstitute as it turns towards you, and it's going to use its ability known as Fury. When it has reached 0 hit points, it gains a certain number of hit points back, and then turns and charges 30 feet towards you.
I'm further than that.
Okay. It is turning and running as fast as it can directly at you. But, lucky for you, it is not able to reach you just yet. How far away did you move?
So I moved 15, but I was 20 away from Jurgen, and he was 10 away from them. So 45?
45 feet, and they moved 30. It does swing at you, and you can feel the air that it moves, because it moves 30 and has a 10-foot reach, so it literally just is out of reach of you.
Was that the one that was causing fear?
Yes. It slams its fist into the ledge that you're on, and a part of the ledge literally just like collapses and crumbles and falls away, and you kind of like have to like scramble back on your belly, kind of just a little, to get away from this thing, as part of this ledge is now fallen away. Okay, that was
So is
Viper.
the fear effect still in effect?
It is, yes. At the end of your turn, you can repeat your saving throw.
As long as they were within line of sight. So if the one that caused that is dead, wouldn't that go away?
He's not dead.
Oh,
Like,
true. Touche.
He
Touche.
died, sort of, but his fury ability kicked in. Okay.
Do we get to resave? Is that
But
what you
yes,
were
at
about to
the
say?
end of your turn, you get to save again.
What was the DC?
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a wisdom.
It is wisdom, yes.
16.
Okay. Flux, Viper. Eugen, did you roll? Okay. Flux and Viper, both of you are still held in the fear of this creature. Eugen, you have managed to regain your composure. You are no longer under the fear effect. That was Viper's attack. It is now the Eyes of Oryx. All right. Let's see. The one that is on you, Viper, he's separated from the herd, so we're going to go ahead and deal with him first. He is going to attempt to strike at you twice with his fists. What is your AC?
16.
17, okay, is going to hit. And the second...
Would he have advantage because Viper is prone?
I mean, he is prone, but he's also elevated. So, I wasn't going to. 13 on the second. So, okay, he's going to hit you with one of these fists. You're going to take 13 points of bludgeoning damage. More of this shelf, this ledge that you're on, kind of crumbles away. Some of it underneath your body as this fist kind of lands directly on your back, kind of smashing you into this ledge. The other beside you, kind of making another part of the ledge collapse. Okay, the other two are still on...
Hey, how's it going?
They had shot their eye beams at Eugen and Brahm, but you re-upped the thing that kind of draws their focus on you, Corinthian, right?
No, I used Force Barrier. That increases my AC and gives me resistance to damage.
Okay, but that's not the thing that gives them disadvantage against others.
Correct. They passed their saves on that already, so they're immune to it for the next 24 hours.
Sweet. Okay. So, they are going to continue their new focus. So one of them is going to be moving towards Eugen, the other towards Brahm. So they will invoke opportunity attacks from Corinthian, but you'll have to pick which one you want to swing at.
So it won't for me because I'm literally above Corinthian,
that's right.
5 feet in the air. So
yeah. So against the one that goes after Eugen, you can take a swing at him if you'd like. You would be able to as well, Brahm, since you're right above.
perfect.
I will take a swing at the one going after Yugen with the Dreadfang sword.
Okay, cool.
It's going to be a 19.
Yep. You'll absolutely hit.
That means my 23 will also.
It certainly will.
About that 23.
Actually.
So I'm going to be dealing 15 damage with that sword swing.
Okay. 15 damage. This was.
So I'm not sure exactly, because my Dawnblade ability, basically it summons a flaming greatsword into my hands as part of it, and that's like the only weapon I can use, but it doesn't tell me anything about what sort of damage that does. Should I just assume it's like a regular greatsword?
I think so, because I think the greatsword out of this system is the same as the one from D&D 5e.
It is.
So it should be just a
Okay.
2d6.
Just 2d6.
Yeah. 17
Alright.
damage.
So that'll be 9 damage for me then.
Okay. 9 damage from you. This is paracausal, so he's going to take 5 of that. Okay. So, the same effect happens. You see its body begin to collapse, and the eye, almost like it's dropping down through its body. But then at the last moment, there's this surge of kind of darkness that wells up and reconstitutes this thing's form, and is going to round on its heel, having just left your area of threat, Corinthian, on his way to Eugen, having been killed enacts its Fury ability, rounds on you, and charges right back at you. And is going to attempt to slam you with both of its fists.
19 plus, my dude.
11 is not going to cut it on the first, but that's going to with a 22. Okay, so only one of them landed, so it's going to be 4 and 10 points of bludgeoning. Okay, and the one that was going after Brahm has not left, so he is going to attempt to strike at you, Brahm, twice. 25 on the first one's likely going to hit.
Yep.
Oh, and a 27. So he is going to land both of those. So the first is going to deal 8 points of bludgeoning. The second is going to be 14 points of bludgeoning. But because he landed both of his attacks, his battering slam will kick in, and you're going to take an additional 14 points of bludgeoning. And you need to make a strength saving throw, please.
Don't forget the +4.
Alrighty, that is 18 on the die, +4 is 22.
Excellent. Okay, so even though this impact was tremendous from these two fists, maybe because you're levitating already, it keeps you from being thrown down to the floor into the prone condition. So you are battered and knocked around in the air, but you manage to stay aloft.
I think it played out like the ogre pulled up both of his fists and slammed them down on Brahm, but the combination of his Dawn Blade to keeping him aloft, as well as just like standing right above Corinthian, so his feet just basically landed on his shoulders, is part of what kept them up.
Excellent. You guys should invest in an oversized trench coat. Excellent. So, two of these ogres are now in their fury state. Yeah. One of them is still simply taken. Okay. Corinthian, it is now your turn.
I think I'm going to take 2 swings at the ogre in front of me that is in fury.
Okay. The one that was going for Yugen and then turned?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay.
I think this will be the first damage I deal to the ogres this entire time.
That's fair. That's fair.
First one was 12, second one was a modified 20.
The modified 20 will hit.
Ah, those are both 2s, so I get to reroll both of them.
Hey, there you go. That's one of
So
those
that's
feats
going-
that when it pays off, it's nice.
Yeah, that's going to be 12 damage.
12. Okay, so
And he's going to say, yes, keep your attention on me. Leave them alone.
this is one that was already in fury. So, what does it look like as you finally kill the first of 3 Eyes of Oryx?
So the first swing, he goes to do it like he did to Attica, but the ogre swats the blade aside, and then almost mirroring exactly what he did with Attica, he brings the blade across and he cuts straight across the green orb that was Oryx's eye.
Yeah, this substance that's somewhere between like this fog that you've seen everywhere on the Dreadnought and liquid that you found in the pools here comes like pouring out of this thing's head, the Eye of Oryx, as it makes this kind of gurgling noise and completely collapses down into a puddle of unrecognizable hive ick.
Nice. And as the goo is pouring out and the taken ogre is coalescing into wherever it is the taken go, Corinthian is going to look up at Brahm. He's going to give a short little nod before running in the direction of the other Infury ogre.
Okay. So as you do so, the one that is still around is going to take a parting swipe at you.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay, and you have your wall up that gives disadvantage.
I
It's
have
only against other people. No.
No, I have force barrier up. It makes my
That's
AC
right.
19.
Right. Okay, well, I got a 17 on the die, so that is certainly going to hit.
Beans?
Okay. That's 15 points of bludgeoning.
Cool.
This is awesome.
Force
The
barrier is still up.
Titan, yeah, the Titan feels like a Titan. Like this is crazy. I like it. Okay. So you have moved towards the one that is haranguing Viper. That
Correct.
is Corinthian's turn. We are back at the top with Yugen.
As Eugen sees Corinthian just dashing towards this other ogre, nods in approval, takes out the little bear, charges as well, and shoots a shot with a grenade launcher.
Excellent. You said this is the same one that's pressing Viper? The
Correct.
Fury? Okay, cool.
Yeesh. 8.
No.
Okay. For my second attack is a 1. Good times.
Nope. Poor little bear. What's next,
That's
Yogi?
me.
Can we go steal some picnic baskets? Alright. So, Yugen, you're trying to fire upon this ogre and take it down, but you realize that like the ledge that Viper is on is like next to collapsing. And so you're trying to kind of angle these shots a little wide to kind of catch the ogre in the the splash of the grenades, but not direct because you're afraid it could cause further collapse, and you're just having a hard time placing where these need to be. Okay, Flux, you're up.
All right. I'm going to throw my last grenade at the non-furied ogre.
That's a
So
saving throw for me.
Yeah, it'll be a dexterity saving throw.
Save.
The only thing I need to know is, am I in Jurgen's rift still or not?
Yeah, it's only like a 15-foot radius.
Yeah.
I don't think you are. No.
Okay. So I only get 5d8.
But
If I get to reroll,
it only got a 6, so it failed.
I get to reroll that too, though. $33 total.
Okay, so that's paracausal, so he's going to take 17 points. Okay. Still up. Not entering fury yet, but very, very close. This thing is howling as it's caught in the vortex of your grenade. Okay. Flux. Brahm, it is your turn.
So, Brahm took quite a beating last round, and I think will continue his last couple rounds, but this turn instead directing the energy within, letting the flames return into himself, bolstering himself, and ensuring that his own shield does not break. And I'm going to give myself 18 points back.
Okay. Excellent. That brings us to Viper.
So on this ledge, the wall that's right next to it, Viper's going to put his feet on it, and he's going to do the first of his double jump off of that to fly off the ledge away from this ogre or this fury. He will use his bonus action to disengage. And then while he's going flat across the ground, we'll then begin to turn using his second double jump to right himself to land on the ground. And he'll draw out his hand cannon and shoot at disadvantage. .22 disadvantage.
Hell yeah, that'll hit. Absolutely.
I also got luck in the chamber. So I have a -1 to all of my attacks, but I roll a d6 with it. If I hit my d6, it does an extra 6 points of damage.
Nice. Okay. Sweet. That's cool.
Hell yeah. So 17 points.
What does it look like as you kill this Eye of Oryx?
So as my hand cannon round goes through the green glow that is this Eye of Oryx, it penetrates it, and it starts kind of turning into a mist and flowing in on itself with the projectile path, and it just whirls around into nothingness. It just collapses in on itself.
Yeah, and it just kind of disappears into this like whisper of this swirling green kind of energy that just settles almost like dust in the area around you.
Is the other with definitely within 90 feet, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would it be within 50? Doesn't matter. So
You would
with the
move
remainder of
45 away, so yeah, I would say so.
it's okay. I can be in the long range anyway. I'm going to aim down the aim and then take my second shot with the hand cannon. No longer at disadvantage because the fear is gone. Great. Because I just killed it.
Yeah, you're only at disadvantage against attacks against the source of your fear, I think. If I remember right.
It's while the fear's in sight.
Yeah, which he's not. He is now deceased.
Would a 15 hit?
They would not.
Okay, then I would use my keen senses. Nat 20.
Oh, nice. That's a good usage of that ability. All right, so roll it up.
For max damage. So that's going to be 24.
Okay, so let's see. 24, so he had 5 points left. So, okay. Okay. So you hit this one and have dealt enough additional damage to actually completely bypass the bonus that it got back from its fury. So what does it look like? How does it look a little different as your second shot takes down completely this third and final Eye of Oryx?
So this shot had the stopping power modification being applied to it, which causes them to have their movement speed go down to 0. So this bullet, as it penetrates it, it then, as soon as it hits, it dives down to the ground, just sucking everything towards the ground, as it all kind of implodes and then cracks the ground in that spot, leaving those cracks with a trace of glowing green as it then fades away.
Fantastic. As the eyes of Oryx, these ogres, these modified, evolved creatures are defeated, and along with them, Zulthun, the broodmother, you are left with an enormous structure that is filled with hive eggs. Someone, any one of you, or a combination of you, how do you destroy this structure once and for all as you're leaving, as a goodbye?
I believe that we should either gather or find a collection of the methane tanks that are on this moon. And then I will ignite my golden gun and pierce all up to 3 tanks with that, causing a massive explosion.
Excellent. Okay, so you guys transition back onto your jump ships just as the third bullet from Viper's gun pierces this methane tank. The methane kind of leaking out of these tanks in a fury of its own. Just as Viper finishes like disappearing, there is this massive explosion that starts roiling through every aspect and crevice of this place. In the atmosphere of Titan, this particular spot where all of this methane rain had been falling, there's a lot of methane vapor that is present. So you guys are actually able to see the explosion of this facility from the orbit of Saturn, or from the orbit of Saturn and the orbit of Titan itself. This massive fireball that blooms out like a mushroom cloud. And the 5 of you in your jump ships head back through the solar system, back towards the light of the traveler, Earth, and the last city. So, that's all I've got. Thank you very, very much, everyone, for tuning in this evening and giving us a watch, whether you watched along with us live or whether you are watching in the future. Thank you very much for tuning in for the 200th video on my channel. I am very happy and proud with how this went. I'm going to pass it back over to my players so that they can say goodbye, tell you that they love you, try to sell you something. Who knows what they're going to do. So I will start in reverse order, and we'll go with Jeff.
Yeah, so this was a whole lot of fun. I was really happy with how much teamwork the system kind of encouraged. It was really cool to kind of see everyone's different abilities to like interact together in a fun way rather than just kind of everyone off in their own thing. So that was really cool. Yeah, I'm Jeff. If you want to check out my stuff, you can watch me and the Carney brothers on Tabletop Terrors. And yeah, congrats, Jeremy, on your subs and on your video count. It's 2 awesome markers and very well deserved. And hopefully it'll just continue to grow and grow because you deserve it. The stuff that you do is great. So yeah, super fun game. Wish the best on the channel. And yeah, can't wait till next time, whenever next time is.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeff. It means a lot to me, man. Yeah. You should be able to find the link to Tabletop Terrors YouTube channel in the description of this video down below. I do highly recommend that you go check out their stuff. Like I said, they are pumping out content weekly, twice weekly, and it is absolutely, it's a gold mine. It'll help you up your game for sure. Go check them out. Plus, they're just 3 awesome guys, so check them out. All right, next up we have my brother from another mother, Andy.
It was a blast playing this one. Third game on this channel. Had a lot of fun. Reminds me of us raiding in Destiny. And I've got nothing to plug, so glad to be part of this.
Excellent. Love you, brother. Glad to have you back. Like I said, and yeah, I was wondering if it was going to feel too redundant having 3 warlocks in the group, but it didn't. Like, even though you guys had similar abilities, you guys were playing them at different times and using them in different ways, and it was a lot of fun. It was really cool.
It just felt like Destiny. Everybody played Warlock anyway.
Yeah, not everybody. All right. Yeah, absolutely, Andy. I can't wait to have you back on, man. All right. Next up, we have Connor.
It has been a pleasure to be with you, I think, for the 3rd time. I'm glad I could help out everybody. And may your dice roll high.
Absolutely. Titan, linchpin. Well done. It was awesome. Cool, man. Yeah, again, it's been a pleasure having you on every single time that you've come on the channel, Connor, and I can't wait to see you the next time. Thanks, bud. All right, next up we have Stevie.
Oh man, thanks for having me on. This was my first time playing online. I had such a great time. And it was fun interacting with all of y'all. It was really cool seeing all the classes come to life. It felt like I was seeing some Titan shit go down. I saw the flame blade doing its heal in the air. I love the descriptions, man. It was so much fun. It felt like Destiny. So again, congrats for 200th video. Nothing to sell you, but maybe some white cells, maybe some red blood cells, but that's all I got.
Yeah, interesting. No, thank you very much, CV, for coming on. And again, yeah, like, the system certainly does do a really good job of capturing the teamwork and the flavor of the classes. I'm really happy with the way it ran the game. There might be some changes that I'll make if I run it again, just to kind of make it a little more my own style. But I thoroughly enjoyed playing this, and I'm really happy that you are now a part of the online gaming community, man. I'm glad I could be your first Tiny Dancer.
Cherry is popped forever, Tiny Dancer.
Tiny Dancer. All right. Wonderful. I can't wait to see you again in person, Stevie. Love you, brother. All right. Next, last, certainly not least, my other brother from another mother, Mike.
Man, like, so a long time ago, midnight release, we got this game, and who would have known that it would have been a thing? I'm actually wearing the shirt from that night right now. Represent. But it was surprising how much it actually really did feel like Destiny. Like, it might just be that I haven't played it in a really long time. But the hunters felt like hunters, the Titans felt like Titans, the warlocks were everywhere. It was great, and so just thank you for running the game and putting in all the time that I know that you devote to these videos. But thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. Can't wait to be doing this again at the table.
Hard saying, man. Hard saying. Yeah. I can't wait to get back to the table with all you fine folk. And yeah, I had a blast. Like I said, very, very happy with this system, but more importantly, this setting. The setting of Destiny. If for those of you who don't know, if you've only just played the video game a little bit, or maybe don't even have any idea what the hell we were doing tonight at all, the story that's kind of hidden behind Destiny is fantastic. Somehow Bungie fucked it up and made it not really
Is
accessible.
it not in the game?
when you're playing
Activision.
the game. Yeah, Activision for sure. But the lore is difficult to wrap your head around because of the way that it's written. It's almost like the King James Bible. It's very hard to understand a lot of what's going on, and there is so much of it. It is very detailed, but a lot of it is really, really good. So it's very ripe for role-playing games. So I'm really happy that the first kind of foray that I've taken into this went so well, and that is in no small part to you fine five gentlemen. So thank you very, very much for agreeing to be a part of this and giving it your A game. A special extra thank you to you, Andy, for coming in, because you had to come in kind of at the last minute, throw a character together very, very quickly, and learn what the hell was going on with the system in a crash course style. You did fantastic. And I appreciate you coming in, because if they had tried to do this with only 4 people, it probably would have been disastrous. So,
Nah, the Titan had it handled.
yeah, he had it. That's fine. You hear that, guys? Dax got this one. So, I love all of you. I love all of you who have watched and tuned in this evening. Please stay safe, stay sane at home. Stay home if you can. Wash your hands. Be kind. This is a difficult time that we're going through. And unlike Guardians, we don't have the capability of coming back after we're killed. So, be nice, because you don't know how long you're going to be here. And until next time, may your dice roll high, and your snacks always be within reach.